listeners and readers of AwardsWatch.com. This is episode 166 of the Awards Watch Podcast. I'm your executive editor, Ryan McQuade. Joining me today is your editor-in-chief, Erik Anderson.
Hello, it's me.
Sophia Ciminello.
Hello.
Josh Parham.
Hello, hello.
And Dan Bayer.
Jamie Lee Curtis also gave me COVID.
Oh my God.
Not true, I don't have COVID.
No.
It was in the Golden Globe gift bag.
Yeah.
Make sure you have an Activia, Dan. That'll cure everything.
That'll let it
Three
all
hour
pass.
podcast.
We are here today in the middle of the week, or towards the end of the week, I guess, recording early our final Oscar predictions. If you've been watching the site over the last day and a half, it's been refreshing with tons of articles from Erik doing the Lord's work of every category, breaking it all down. And so he's going to have to justify himself here tonight. And then the rest of us are going to give our final predictions here. Some that might have just changed because since the last time we recorded, we had the Critics' Choice announced live on the CW to 6 people, their winners. And then, of course, BAFTA happened this morning, which was a good indicator as to what certain sections of the Academy might be leaning towards. Well, there were some surprises there. There were some snubs, however you want to look at it. And so it made some things clearer. It made some things even harder than it already seems to be. So we're going to break down all the categories except the shorts. We're not going to do the shorts. We will discuss the shorts at a different time. It's also just really hard to predict those because none of us really have seen all those films.
Coleman Domingo, that's all.
Yeah, there you go. Coleman Domingo.
Get that nom.
Yeah. How are you guys all feeling about this? You guys ready for this?
Terrible. Always feeling terrible
excited.
about this. Like what? It's always.
I'm on
good.
2 hours of sleep, so I'm doing it.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. You have
The last 2 nights, 2 hours. Super
Yeah.
cool.
get to just fall into your coffin when it's all said and done after the predictions come out, right? Okay. We're going to start right off the bat with best sound. And so, Dan, you're going to kick us off. We'll go right to you for the first category.
Why me?
It had to be somebody.
That just seems arbitrary, but fine. Best sound. Look, you gotta have your best picture nominees in there. So like spoilers for later in the show, but I have obviously you have your action spectaculars. You got Top Gun Maverick and you have Avatar: The Way of Water. They're getting in. You have your war movie, your requisite war movie. You have All Quiet on the Western Front, which I feel much better about having in here after the BAFTA nominations today, where it did ridiculously well. Like I feel like it finally did at the BAFTAs what after seeing it at TIFF, everyone was sort of expecting it was going to be doing everywhere, which it hasn't really. So that was nice. Then you got to have your music movie. So Elvis obviously is in. I would love to say that Moon Age Daydream is in because I freaking love that movie and it literally like blew me to the back of the theater when I saw it in Dolby and just incredible. But it's not gonna happen, unfortunately. Documentary and like the fact that it made the short list, that's the award. And big shout out to everyone who worked on that movie. Incredible movie. But in my fifth spot, I'm going with just like really memorable sound effects and what the scuttlebutt we kind of heard about the Bake Off, and I'm going with the Batman as my fifth choice in this category.
All right.
The CAS5.
Basically,
Okay.
I mean, literally.
yeah. I toyed with putting Babylon in. I toyed with putting Everything Everywhere All at Once in, but the from various accounts that I read of what happened at the bake-offs, not so impressive. So they see themselves on the outside.
All right, Josh. How about you?
Yeah. Well, first off, I have given some version of these predictions already, but that was before many events of the week. So some of these might change, some of these may not. But for this one, I still do have Everything Everywhere in place of the Batman. I am struggling with that. I don't really want to go 5 for 5 with CAS, which is the reason why I went with Everything Everywhere, even though it has had weird misses. It also missed BAFTA, but it did really well in MPSC, and that sound is really showy, and it's the Best Picture front runner. So it feels like if something is going to replace one of those Guild nominees, I feel like it would be Everything Everywhere. It feels weird to be at the expense of the Batman, but I don't know what else to really drop. So Batman is my number 6, but I have Everything Everywhere in there for right now.
Yeah.
Could very easily be Everything Everywhere, and I feel like really I don't know what to do with that last slot.
Sophia, do you have something different, or are you kind of with the guys so far?
I have the exact same as Josh, the Batman at 6. I looked to my editing category for this as well and tried to see how they would match up there. And 4 of my predicted nominees I also have in editing, and Everything Everywhere All at Once. I'm considering that as one of the front runners in editing. So that means for me, I have to have it in sound.
Yeah. No, for sure. I have the same 5 as well, with the Batman at 6 and Babylon at 7. Yeah, that is, and it's real tight for that last spot. It is.
Yeah.
I toyed with the Batman, but also too, the Batman itself has gone back and forth between its its haul at certain places against another, and also too, when you think about Everything Everywhere All at Once, kind of getting in here, it's not to the same level of shock or surprise or like that weird instinct you have, but reminds me a little bit of like, of course, Power of the Dog got in there. It's a Best Picture front runner at this point, and it's in the lead probably for editing right now. So to have it there makes total sense. Also, too, something like Banshees and Fabelmans didn't make the long list for this category, so therefore it makes sense for maybe one of those top 3 films to be there, and then that's why I have it with the slight edge over the Batman at this point. Erik, same as all of us. Or are you
this
different?
is a rather auspicious beginning because I have the same as Josh, the same as Sophia, same as you, and in the same order, even with the Batman at number 6. So I don't really know how to feel about that. I thought we were going to maybe have a little bit of deviation with a category like this, which means we're probably all a little bit wrong.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say this in my defense. Everything Everywhere All at Once is not running the table. It's not going to show up everywhere.
I have several.
This is one of the like very few places like where I don't have it getting in. Where
and there are places that I don't have it in that other people do. So I think going through my list, I can just tell you right now, nothing has 10 nominations.
I'm
Nothing
also
has
looking at that too as a much more wealth spreading
year. Yeah,
I am as well.
Yeah,
because everything is missed. Even like major things have missed shortlists.
Yeah,
Everything Everywhere isn't going to get 14 and 16 nominations like it has at critics' places. No. It's just not gonna, because it didn't make visual effects, it didn't make makeup. So
there aren't specialty categories either for it to get into to get to that 14, 15 level. It's not like best comedy or ensemble or casting or things like that.
No, you'd have to get like James Hong in supporting actor or something and just going from there.
Yeah, exactly.
Which he should be, but
like,
Hollywood's not ready for that.
Because he actually has more screen time than Jamie Lee Curtis.
All right, let's move on to the next cat. Well, does anybody have anything else about sound? I think we were pretty clear. Also, like sneaky number 8, Pinocchio. Just putting that out.
Yeah, me too. Wow, way to just copy my predictions, Ryan.
I didn't even look at your. I didn't even look at your list.
Rude.
Literally my order. Rude. Like all
I don't read
down.
what you write. Like, what are you talking about?
You're a liar.
Josh, best visual effects.
Okay, so we have Avatar, which is absolutely going to win. Top Gun Maverick, The Batman, and then this is when I start to get very doubtful. uh, I this is one where I did kind of go back and forth throughout the week. I'm sticking now until somebody convinces me otherwise to go with Black Panther and All Quiet on the Western Front. But I don't feel good about that, so I welcome the discussion.
Okay. All right. Sophia, where are your differences with Josh there?
Oh dear. Here we go. So I went with a curveball here, and I have Avatar winning. I have Top Gun Maverick. I have The Batman and All Quiet on the Western Front, but in my fifth spot, I have 13 Lives.
That's what I have too.
Me too.
That's
Oh my
one I'm
God.
going with.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I just, from what I've read from the Bake Off and what people say about this movie, it's just the alarms are ringing to me, where I can just see
Yeah.
this appearing based on, how people have said they've responded to the visual effects and how they didn't understand even how they were visual effects. Everything felt so real to them. My other one that I am messing with a little bit is Jurassic World Dominion, just because they do love creature design and
do.
like talking animals, big, like large creatures. We've seen that happen time and time again. It's out for me for now, but this is when I'm sticking my neck out for 13 Lives.
Yeah. I have Avatar, Top Gun, The Batman. I have 13 Lives. And then I have a curveball, a no guts, no glory sort of pick. I have Nope in there right now. Like that's
have Nope.
Ryan, Nope is my number 6, and because like one of the stories out of the visual effects Bake Off was the reaction to the day for night cinematography in it, and that feels like it got a big wow. And when something gets a big wow, that's generally a sign.
Yeah, and I feel like that's been pushed a little bit more from Universal than, obviously they could just cakewalk it to a Jurassic World Dominion sort of nomination. I get that. But I feel like they've been pushing more of the tech components of Nope, especially, and then also too, they've been sort of circling around that because of the miss in the sound category on the short list. So I feel like the concerted effort was there with the Bake Off, but I mean, like All Quiet is definitely sitting there as well. That's my 6 right now. But yeah, I'm just kind of like, I feel like there's going to be some weirdness in that category. And yeah, I don't think, and yeah, Black Panther I have missing right now, which I know is kind of crazy, but there's a couple categories.
The first one missed too.
No, there's a couple of categories. Well, yeah. And also the visual effects here are
winning
better.
BAFTA.
Yeah. But,
and it's also like really hard to have Wakanda Forever in this lineup when Avatar is also in this lineup. Like,
but if the
Avatar is so good.
The Marvel movie that I do actually think could get in more over Black Panther is Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because that's such a showy
a lot
movie.
Of visual effects.
Yeah, that's my number 8.
And you can actually see them. So there's that as well. Erik, what do you got?
Yeah, I mean, I have the same as Sophia. The 13 Lives things, I was kind of on that from the beginning, but the VES nomination for supporting effects just kind of solidified that. I love looking at the Visual Effects Society nominations and looking at the supporting visual effects category, because you can find out a lot. The weird thing about 13 Lives, though, is that it missed the sound shortlist, which it absolutely should have been in. It's nuts.
But that's what they were pushing. They were pushing that more than the visual effects.
Yes,
it's really weird.
And to Sophia's point, the visual effects in this are unclockable, and that's what a really, really good supporting visual effects thing will do. You cannot tell, and it's almost a little like deep fake scary. So I think, they responded to it really well. And if it's going to show up, this is where it's going to show up.
Okay.
But yeah, I have Nope at 6 and Doctor Strange at 7. So yeah.
Dan?
what Erik just said. That's
Erik, okay. Alright.
exactly my list.
All right. Okay. Anything else on visual effects? I know. I told you. I texted you today. I said, I weirdly feel like we're going to be agreeing a lot on this show. It's going to be a quick show.
Oh, dear.
All right. Best makeup or hairstyling. Sophia, it's you.
All right. Well, I have Elvis, the Whale, the Batman, Blonde, and Amsterdam.
Okay.
I'm
right,
sorry. Every
I'm
year
really-
there is one with wigs, like good wig work and just a lot of period correct wigs and makeup. And this movie has that.
Yeah.
I still haven't seen it. This is just from
I said
That's my
since I
five.
saw it that Amsterdam could get in and makeup because it's ridiculously showy.
It's
Yes, it is.
ridiculously
I saw
showy.
15 minutes of
Close
it.
up.
Is that
There's
okay?
lots. It's like all close up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have 4 out of the 5. I have the Whale, Elvis, the Batman, Blonde. But I don't have Amsterdam. I have All Quiet on the Western Front.
that's sensible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think Amsterdam's like around there, and obviously Black Panther Wakanda Forever is around there as well too. But I think All Quiet's going to have a pretty nice day for itself, especially in some of these tech categories. And I had it missing in one, so I feel like to make up for it, it would, no pun intended, would make up here in this category. Erik?
I was thinking about that, and then I started looking back because war movies, even with all of their dismemberment and blood and body parts, they're not really represented in this category very well.
Yeah.
Like, at all.
No, I agree.
Like Hacksaw Ridge wasn't in here, and that was a Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor nominee, Best
Thank
sound.
God. Yeah.
So I felt a little less bullish on All Quiet for that, but at the same time, I can see them looking at that chalk white face of Ash,
Felix.
and
Mhm.
having like a Braveheart moment, and just being like, that is enough for me.
Yeah.
I can totally see that because it's a striking image.
Yeah. I was just going to say that. I was just going to say it's a very striking image.
As even, I don't know. I don't want to say it's a simple to conceive of, but I can see
No,
it.
but it's memorable, and
impactful.
it's been all over their campaign materials too.
Yeah,
one
it's
of the,
everywhere.
It's his
That face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His muddy or ashed face is like the whole. That's the whole thing. Yeah.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I should
absolutely.
probably have it higher. But yeah, I have the same as Sophia, and I think the same order: the Whale, the
Again?
Batman, Elvis, Blonde, Amsterdam.
Jeez.
This is not good. This
Yep.
is not good foretelling. Dan, do you have the same as those two as well?
I got Elvis. I got the Whale. I got the Batman. I got All Quiet. And then in my 5th spot, I am like really, really torn between Blonde and Amsterdam. And there is part of me that's leaning towards Amsterdam because there's always that one terrible movie that manages to get into
that is
this
true.
lineup.
But that's also Blonde as well. Sorry.
Well,
but they're different time periods.
yeah, different
That's
types,
fair.
Different type of
and
bad. That's fair.
different
That's fair.
types of bad.
That's fair.
And I'm slightly leaning more towards Blonde, just because, I mean, spoilers,
Yeah,
but
we'll talk about it.
but like they really do tend to go with like, we're just looking at one character makeup movies,
Mhm.
and Blonde fits that. But like that is also true of Elvis and the Whale. So I'm kind of like, how many of those can we really have?
Mhm.
And if you have like those two high on your list, are you really going to have Blonde at all? There's part of me that is just saying like, fuck it, and like just hope that like throw Crimes of the Future in there as like a
Hell
crazy
Only we
yeah.
would be so
spoiler.
lucky.
Hell yeah.
The
But, like,
arts and craftsness of the Crimes of the Future's makeup is
So
so
good.
fucking hilarious and amazing and so Cronenberg, and it would be like one of the best nominations ever.
That Bake
But,
Off
like-
competition, like I saw a little bit of it. Oh my God. obsessed.
If we couldn't get Suspiria into this
Yeah.
category, then
Yeah.
Crimes of the Future is absolutely not. getting
Absolutely
in.
not. Not when the top three are looking at, like, I mean, it's like fat suit stuff. It's all
Yeah.
kind of all the same.
Yeah.
Very differently used, but it's weird that it's kind of all in that same vein, and we're all there.
I know.
Yeah. Josh, are you with us on all these?
Yeah, I'm pretty much circling in on those same movies. Elvis, Batman, and The Whale. I feel like those are definitely in.
Yeah.
I do actually feel pretty good about Blonde being in there. I mean, like, say what you will about the movie, but the recreations to make her look like
Yeah.
Marilyn
It's
are
ridiculous.
They're
Ridiculous.
stunning. Like,
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah.
yeah, like I said, have opinions about the movie, but the crafts, I think, all around are actually pretty strong. And I do feel kind of good about that one.
Yeah.
The trouble for me is going back and forth between All Quiet and Amsterdam. And I literally have really just switched those, I think, pretty much like every
day.
single day this week. I have gone back and forth. I have now settled on All Quiet, with Amsterdam as a very, very close number 6. So that's where I'm at right now. But if Amsterdam does get in there, it will not surprise me at all.
Cool. I
Yeah.
have Josh on my side. That makes me feel very comfortable.
It's Amsterdam's the only thing from, I mean, Babylon is the 1920s, but it feels like a total like nothing right now.
Yeah.
And Amsterdam feels in this group more representative.
Which is
Yeah.
wild. Which
I did also-
Amsterdam's work is more polished. Or
Mhm.
Babylon is so, I don't want to say messy, but it has a
It's a
look
messy
to
movie.
it that
I love how, like, in their Bake Off presentation they had to be like, no, it's supposed to look like that.
yeah.
We
Right,
It's
like
supposed to look a little
the-
manic.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like, we know it's not period, but it's supposed to look like that. We
Yeah.
did so much research.
Amsterdam is way more what this branch goes for when it comes to that time
It
period.
really is, because, like, Margot Robbie's pre-Raphaelite, Madonna Ray of Light hair. It's great, but no, they're gonna look at that and be like,
I should
All right.
dress like that when I go see her in August.
All right. Okay.
I-
On task, children.
Yes.
On task. Okay. That's a different show for a different time. All right. Best costume design. I'll kick this one off. So I have Elvis, and I have Babylon. I have Black Panther Wakanda Forever. I have The Woman King, and I have Mrs. Harris Goes to Paris. Those are my 5. I'm pretty confident about those. I know that a lot of people, and I'd be curious to hear what you guys think. I know a lot of people have been championing this as a potential place where Everything Everywhere All at Once could come in there. I just do not trust modern costuming in this with this branch in this academy, and until I see it, I won't pick it. And then there's, like, there's obviously, like, things like the Fabelmans and Banshees that if they wanted to flex their, I don't know, whatever dominance in nominations, they could show up there. Like, Banshees feels kind of sneaky.
Banshees feels like Chariots of Fire.
Yeah.
Where you're like, what?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And then it happens.
Yeah, and then it happens. So, Eric, what do you have in this category?
I have Elvis, Black Panther, Babylon, Mrs. Harris, and The Woman King. Oh my god!
Oh my god! Look at
Shocking,
us,
shocking.
twins.
That's amazing.
Oh my god.
But yeah, I mean, I definitely have All Quiet, Corsage, and
Mhm.
Amsterdam lurking.
Yeah.
This whole thing, this was a really interesting look, because I looked at Colleen Atwood and Sandy Powell as the absolute titans in this category and in this branch, who are just absolutely like nothing this year. And it's kind of bizarre, especially Living, even though it's it's the most subdued Sandy Powell has probably ever been. And that might be why. But at the same time, this is the smallest branch of the Academy. Do you know how many votes it takes to get a nomination here? If everyone votes, 29. That's why Sandy Powell
That's a dinner
and
party.
Colleen Atwood have 1,300 nominations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's absolutely possible that anybody from there could just be supplanted with Sandy Powell.
Yeah.
But I mean, totally sold on at least my top 4, because movies about costume design just
Period
do
pieces.
well.
Yeah.
They literally just won last year by the same woman that did them this year, for Mrs. Harris. So
Yeah.
Jenny Beavan, I will not ever say no to her. She's
Mhm.
also an 11-time nominee. So yeah, I feel really good about this 5.
Me too. Dan?
Got Elvis, got Black Panther. I have Mrs. Harris Goes to Paris only because of the Jenny Bevan of it all,
Mhm.
and then I go a little rogue. I am still toying with having both Babylon and the Fabelmans show up here.
Yeah.
Man,
I could see that.
And I would much prefer those 2 slots go to the Woman Pictures, Woman King and Women Talking. But I don't know. I feel like, and I don't have any actual evidence, but if I'm a customer and I'm looking at this, and obviously I'm having Black Panther in, am I really going to give the Woman King a second look when I have Black Panther Wakanda Forever's costumes sitting right there?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm with you, Dan, and I toyed with that, which is why I have Woman King at 5, and I thought the same thing.
And the other one that I am looking at as a real potential spoiler is Corsage.
Yeah.
Because
only thing
they love their period gowns. They love
do.
their period gowns.
Mhm.
It would be like the Victoria and Abdul here.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I forgot that movie.
Oh yeah, that was actually an easy prediction because there was nothing else representing period. And now when I look at this, and I was thinking of it at the time, I'm like, why is Corsage not at number 5? Oh yeah, it's IFC Films. Okay.
Yeah. I was like, yeah.
That's literally the only reason.
Yeah.
But as we said, that is very typical of the branch, and that's why I do have Corsage at number 5 and Woman King at number 6.
Yeah, you just need to. All you need to do is look at the poster or the trailer for it and be like, "Yep, voting for it."
And Josh, you have and your other 4 are just real quick.
It's the other 4.
The other 4.
Babylon, Mrs. Harris, and Black Panther.
Just want to clarify. I don't want the listeners being like, "What's its other 4?" Sophia.
I have
kind of agree with everybody.
I have the same 5 as Josh. Elvis, Black Panther, Mrs. Harris, Babylon, and Corsage. I actually do have Living at 6 just because of Sandy Powell. I know she didn't get BAFTA. She was actually at number 5 for me, and then I bumped her out when I saw that she didn't get BAFTA because normally she gets both.
Yeah.
So that was a bit of a red flag for me. So yeah, I'm sticking with Corsage. I feel like those gowns that they put Vicky in, and really all of the characters, there's so many. They're beautiful and ornate, and they love that.
Yeah.
You may have convinced me to put that at number 5.
I because of course there's time. I might switch it too because I just keep going through my head the scene where they all slow motion walk into that they're little ridiculous Sex in the City moment.
I know.
And I'm just like, you know what? How do you not say yes to this?
If you have corsets and bustles and everything,
29 votes.
But yeah, and you could easily get 29 people to see that movie if you're a costume designer.
It's just a dinner party. I'm telling you.
I keep
and then you're good.
I hope that the one it kicks out of the one that we all think is safe is Babylon. I keep looking at that movie and going, keep looking at that movie and going, everything that Margot Robbie wears feels like, are they really going to go for this?
That is the correct answer, Dan. Yes.
I do wonder too about the Fabelmans because Mark Bridges always misses at the Guild, and then he gets in at the Oscars, and so it's possible.
And despite everything, that's still a Best Picture front runner.
Yep. Yeah.
It's a Best Picture nominee.
It is
part
one
of the 3, Erik.
Best Picture front runners.
It's one of.
Well, BAFTA went with Babylon, Elvis, Mrs. Harris, All Quiet in Amsterdam. So Amsterdam showing up here as well. Don't be surprised.
Wow.
Yeah.
And costume and makeup, those are the weirdest branches, and they all go hand in hand.
They go rogue.
They
fuck. They like to go rogue.
That was
God
I don't
damn
wanna-
it!
I don't want. I'm not. I'm just gonna move on. I'm moving on.
Good choice.
All right, and it's your turn, Erik. Best production design.
Okay, well, I need to get to that.
Okay.
screen.
Because we have this all laid out, listeners, and he just can't.
No, I have to. They're all here. Leave me
Oh
alone.
no!
Look, if we have them organized in a different order than you, Ryan, just
Yeah,
No,
they are just in a different order. Hold on, give me
like
a hot second. Here we go. Gosh, darn
could have
it.
been prepared, instead of talking about.
oh my god.
All right. Okay. Elvis, Babylon, Avatar, Black Panther, The Fabelmans.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I've got some stuff that's different than that. Dan, what do you have?
You keep going to me so early. Babylon, Elvis, Avatar. And then I have like 3 movies competing for the last 2 spots. There are 4 movies actually. Currently I have Black Panther and Fabelmans, but with All Quiet and Everything Everywhere like very close behind.
Yeah. Everything Everywhere is my number 6.
All right, Josh.
All Quiet.
Yeah, I agree with pretty much all of that. I actually have Erik's 5 right there. Before I did have All Quiet in there, but the more I thought about it, I did think that Black Panther probably is stronger in here than I initially thought. So for me, it's like I did eventually just move it back in, and All Quiet is now my number 6. Fabelmans, I know, has had a weird kind of history and at least track record now with getting nominations, but it did feel like the production design at least was showing up with mentions consistently. I know it missed BAFTA, but apparently BAFTA just didn't really like the movie. It only got 1 nomination there, but it still showed up on the long list, and it didn't show up on many BAFTA long lists. So I'm still gonna have it in my predicted Oscar 5. It's low, kind of competing with All Quiet, but yeah, for right now, I am going with the same 5 that Erik has.
Sophia.
I have the exact same 5.
All right.
Okay. But what I will say is this is a place where I am looking to see if Everything Everywhere shows up as a big sign of strength. I have it at my number 6, actually.
Me too.
It's just a really cool pick that I can absolutely see this branch going for. And then I'll look at the nominations and think, okay, everyone really does love this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other one that I am like watching out for in this category because it's so showy and it is showcased so heavily in the movie is Glass Onion.
Yeah. It's not the
there's literally a whole scene that is just production design. It's them destroying the production design, but it's a lot. It is most production design.
Yeah.
And the Mona Lisa that's way too big to be the real one.
Thank you.
Yes.
That shit's a postage stamp.
Yeah.
It's the scale. All right.
Well, you know what the original plan was for that.
No, story time. For me.
Originally, there was supposed to be a post-credit scene where Blanc is calling someone, and then you see flashes to a security guard at the Louvre saying, "Yeah, it's here. It's fine."
No, should have done that.
And then Ryan changed his mind. He thought he was pulling his punches. That he was lying about having the real Mona Lisa.
I know, it's kind of cute though.
That's kind of good.
It's kind of cute. Yeah.
Yeah. I have Babylon. I have Elvis. I have All Quiet on the Western Front. I have The Fabelmans. And I have a movie that nobody's mentioned. I have Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio making it in the production design.
Good luck.
Look,
Okay.
I argue on behalf of animated movies in this category every fucking year. And at this point, I'm just like, you know what? It's never gonna happen.
I think the thing about
Never
it
gonna
is
happen.
the thing about it is for me is last year I kind of went into predicting categories last year, and it's not necessarily just about it being an animated film and that they've showcased it pretty much a lot throughout the, like he's bringing these damn things with them, and they're doing a lot with the these meetups with Del Toro and Mark Gustafson with the actual production design, which is the puppets, which is the thing that makes that movie go. It's also the fact that last year I underestimated how much they do fall under the spell of when Guillermo del Toro speaks, and his craftspeople usually have done pretty well. And it was surprising a little bit for me to like, wow, like a movie that I thought was kind of dead with like Nightmare Alley kind of got picked up by the Academy. Now it was obviously a little bit more of a stronger film this year than than Pinocchio is, and obviously has to get over a bias of animation. But I feel that there is this like Avatar over the last couple of weeks has just kind of fallen at places and has gotten hit at a couple of locations, especially today when we saw BAFTA, and then Everything Everywhere All at Once. Again, I don't think it's hitting in every spot. It's not going to be like Power of the Dog last year where it like hits it could, but I just don't see that happening 2 years in a row where it's just like surprises and gets like 12 nominations. And so I think that this is a place where like, yes, I have it at number 6 right now. It could easily go, but this is also like one of those where I'm like, I don't know. I'm going to kind of stick with the guy that's overperformed before and in his films and just go from there.
It does have a BAFTA nomination, so
and that's in your favor because that's the first time that's ever happened for an animated film there.
Yeah. So
it's never happened at the Oscars, so everything's a first until it's not.
Yeah.
If anyone could do it,
it's Guillermo del Toro.
Guillermo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just like there have been so like even the other like claymation movies that have done well with the Academy have not managed to get in here.
I'm not confident with it at all. To be fair, I'm not like, this is like my,
I would love it.
Yeah, but it's like it's my 5 in the category for sure. But yeah, I think All Quiet and Fabelmans will get in there. And yeah, I think the ones that are pretty much locked in are Elvis and Babylon. Like Elvis just, I mean, the Christmas special alone just kind of gets it in. And then Babylon is like the beginning of that movie gets it in, for everything. So
and Florencia Martin is so wonderful. I interviewed her and I want her to win so badly. So I'm just throwing that out there.
That and the scene where they're shooting like 6 different movies in one location.
There is so much production design.
Yeah,
it's the most.
It's inside other production design. It's genius.
I mean,
how it's done in Babylon. But yeah, I mean, I will never discount Catherine Martin and getting double nominations every goddamn time, especially this year.
Yeah,
maybe more double wins.
Just love that Baz Luhrmann's like, "Hey, baby, you want another Oscar?
Let's go.
How about
you want 2 more? Oscars? No, I want 2.
She only does them in duos.
Yeah, literally.
I always have to say this. I'm also, white noise to me. Like if I had should have gotten into this, should have been here.
I would love it. I would love
it. It's not going to happen. Not in a million years. But if there was a nice
surprise, also great.
Yeah,
loved him.
Sophia did that interview.
He's a fucking genius. He's a genius. Yeah. I know that supermarket. I have been in that supermarket. God damn it.
All right, Dan, going back to you. Best score.
Best score. One of my favorite categories. Yeah. So, okay. Babylon, Fabelmans, Women Talking, easy top 3. After that, I'm torn. Currently, I have Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio because Alexander Desplat, bet against him at your peril.
Yep.
He always has something in conversation, and I personally just think this is one of his better recent scores. And then in the 5th place, I'm between Everything Everywhere All at Once, which I love for its variety and just like it seems like it's a new style of music every other scene, and I think it's genius. And then again, like the other like super duper showy work for Glass Onion. Like that gets a big showcase in the end of that movie for him to just go insane.
Yeah.
I hope though that it's All Quiet on the Western Front.
Yeah, that would be great.
Because that score is genius.
Inception found dead in a ditch.
Yeah, literally.
Literally a foxhole, but yeah.
All right. So which one did you take, Dan?
I have officially everything everywhere. I'm very, very not sure about it though.
All right. Josh?
Convince me of it or convince me of something else, please.
Well, I do have that top four of Babylon, Fabelmans, Women Talking, and Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio. For the fifth spot, I went with the Banshees of Inisherin.
Yep, that's what I have.
I
have that 5.
I would love that.
Yeah.
I feel like after years of getting snubbed, that
He's
Carter
getting in
Burwell's
there.
just in the club now.
He's getting in there now. Yeah. No, for sure, Josh. I feel like honestly, this might be the safest category for me in terms of predicting. It was like boom, 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 5. Okay, move on to the next one. Like it was the quickest one I did of all of these. And oh no, Sophia, it was not for you.
Guys, I'm sorry. I hate to be the cynical one here.
Oh, please.
I have Babylon, Pinocchio, the Fabelmans, and I actually have. So I do have Women Talking in, even though today really scared me with her miss. I have Carter Burwell missing for the Woman King.
I was just gonna say
that is in there too.
I could see that. I could see it.
I'm haunted by Defy Bloods.
That's why. That is why. That score, especially at the beginning of the season,
It's great.
It also just like what is the HMMA and the Society of Composers and Lyricists?
Yes.
Like this was one that kept getting mentioned, even when like Women Talking would randomly miss or Babylon wouldn't appear, or we would have these weird shakeups. This one sort of was a constant. And we remember what happened with the Five Bloods and that campaign and how it just missed everywhere. And then Terrence Blanchard appears. So I feel like I'm a little haunted by that.
Yep.
So I have the Woman King in right now, but I will go back and forth, I think, between Women Talking and Banshees.
For the final spot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Woman King is my number 6.
My 7.
Woman King's my 7. All Quiet is my 6.
Me too. God damn it, Ryan.
I'm just saying. I told you we were going to agree a lot. Do you have the same 5, Erik?
Yeah. I mean, I went very deep into previous winners and nominees only, and like it takes a lot to get into the club. My top 8 are all previous winners or nominees, all of them. No, except for 6. That's right.
Except for all Quiet.
That's right. So, and that's only on the potential and the strength of that movie being just like over the top and ending up like with the most nominations of the day.
Yeah.
But yeah, Babylon, Women Talking, Pinocchio, Fabelmans, Banshees in that order.
Whatever gets in, come back to me later about winner because I still have no clue. So just I'm still not even sold on anyone.
For the winner?
Yeah, for the winner.
I think it's absolutely Babylon.
It's the most.
It's going to be your cross to bear, Ryan, for having the Hans Zimmer score win last year for all the shouting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Babylon.
I didn't want that to win.
It is the only one of these that you could.
You did.
No,
basically,
I wanted Johnny Greenwood.
The main
Oh,
Babylon theme is just the La La Land theme on
steroids,
all of the cocaine in Hollywood. It's the same thing, and he's acknowledged it. It's not like it's like some like
big
weird,
secret.
It's basically the same. So people are going to listen to that and go, "Oh, I know this." Sort of.
It's the only score that's in this that you could hum at any given time.
I agree.
Yeah.
No, he missed First Man, but it's a pretty, I don't want to say forgettable, but it's not the same type of score.
It's very different.
He also missed BAFTA. I looked at this today because I was just wondering. He missed BAFTA for First Man too, even after winning the Globe.
Yep.
So I feel like Babylon's different.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also, First Man was a very like counterintuitive score for that movie, and they tend to not go in that direction.
Too cerebral.
Yeah.
But to your point earlier, Sophia, yeah, the Woman King won the HMMA, and they separate their categories into genre, and then they have a main, like, everything category, and that's the one that it won.
Yeah, no, for sure. All right, we'll see. So
y'all did not make me feel any better about this category.
I sat there. I was like, "This is pretty
All of
easy
them are
for me,"
good,
and then
which
I
is
sat there,
fun.
and now I'm like, "Well, shit." You know what I mean? So
Yeah, the weird thing is that my top 5, I feel like weirdly good, which then makes me feel bad.
Yeah.
It's almost like
I
too
feel
easy.
pretty good too.
yeah,
actually.
Josh, same.
Yeah,
same.
which then means what is the surprise that I'm not paying attention to that's going to sneak in here?
I feel like so good about my top 4, and then after that, it's like,
yeah. Well, speaking of surprises, maybe you have one in our next category, Josh. Best original song.
don't count on it.
Okay, well,
This was actually easy for me.
yeah, well,
This one was
another
pretty
one
easy.
That I think it is deceptively simple. I would say that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I would assume that for most people, like for myself, I have Not To from RRR,
Mhm.
Hold My Hand from Top Gun Maverick, Lift Me Up from Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, and Ciao Papa from Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio.
These are all correct so far. Yes.
Yeah, and it is that last spot
Mhm.
that we just feel like we cannot ignore
Mhm.
Ms.
Say it.
Warren.
Yep.
Oscar winner Diane Warren.
Really? And there
Honorary
have been
Oscar
way too
winner.
many occasions where I have just been like, nobody has seen that movie. Nobody knows what this song is, and she still shows up.
Does not
like her
matter.
previous 4 nominations. In a
Yeah, I
row.
was gonna say like
Pretty much.
last year. You mean when Reba showed up and we were like,
Yeah.
"Oh yeah, that's right, we're doing this. We're really
So
doing
I
this."
feel obligated to say my number 5 is Applause from Tell It Like a Woman, a movie that absolutely exists. Yeah, so until proven wrong, I have to go with her, even though I don't want to.
HMA winner applause.
Yeah,
Listen, I have they sent the sheet music. They didn't even
Yeah,
send
I
a
heard
screener.
that.
They just send the sheet music with her name like and her autograph on it. And I was just like,
I'm honestly
Because she's just doing it. It's not them.
Yeah, it's
she's
not
doing
anyone-
it personally.
this was her Saturday randomly in like October. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
love Diane.
I do too, but it was like, yeah,
Love her.
she actually sent them after she got her honorary Oscar. She's like, "Oh, did they get in the mail to everyone?" You know what I mean? So, Sophia, what do you have in the category?
Yeah. So I had the same 5 as Josh, like exact same order with Applause at number 5. And then I said, I'm going to have a little fun here.
Oh no.
No, that doesn't mean that my favorite song of the category, New Body Roomba, is here, because that should absolutely be winning,
No,
but it's
shit.
fine.
Yeah.
I actually took out Ciao Papa, which I think is a very forgettable song, and I put in Dust and
disagree.
Ash.
that is the other one. Yep, J. Ralph, baby.
Oh God. Yeah.
I'm going for it. I know he's probably like far down on the list on Gold Derby or wherever people are predicting, but I have been wronged like many times missing his nominations, and I'm going for it this time. They also tend to like songs in documentaries sometimes. They like these like spiritually uplifting motivational songs, and that is his whole deal.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm going for it.
I have Josh's 5. I don't think that Ciao Papa's the one that's kind of vulnerable here.
Well, I don't, and then I was like, is it Lift Me Up? Like, I don't, that's the hard part, right?
I think it might be Lift Me Up, actually. to be
Or is it
honest with you.
Gaga?
That
Like,
song is so boring.
Yeah.
It's
No,
so
I don't
boring.
think it's Gaga. I think because of Maverick, but then also too, I think that like, previous winner and everything, and Rihanna is still technically a newcomer and into the category. And I think that also the song's not great. I think it's vulnerable.
Nope.
I think the other song is better. And
I totally agree.
And so I think that if there's one of these 5 that are vulnerable for me, I think it's Lift Me Up. And I mean, can anyone tell me if like the score categories and like in the original song are like those branches, are they the same branch?
Yeah.
Okay, well then
Yeah.
I mean then they love
It's
Desplat,
just the
and I'm
music
not
branch.
I'm not gonna get rid of Desplat.
Well,
for
but you
that,
know what? Desplat is not super.
He's not
like,
infallible. Yeah.
He's
No.
not, but like I don't know, like they also love to
Papa's
put
number
it.
2 for me. That's unmovable.
Yeah, they like to put in
that's
animated
unmovable.
songs too, as much as
They
they're going to do
do.
a
I know.
documentary.
Yeah.
Maybe
The
I
problem
just
is
don't
that, like,
it.
I
If it was
feel like
Randy Newman, we wouldn't have a problem with this song.
that
you know what
that
I
is
mean?
true.
Mhm.
And that's one of those weird things where, like, I look at, like, even when I was watching the movie, I feel like Cha Papa was kind of like blink and you miss it.
Yeah.
Like, it feels
Yeah.
like we've got maybe like one verse of
Well,
the
no.
song.
It's a
Oh,
whole
no.
sequence, Daniel.
I don't really like that song either. But
Children,
you
you
can
can
all
all
Okay,
take a
sorry,
break out of the
I still
room.
love
It looks
it.
like Dan and Erik might be getting into a massive fight.
But the thing
Yeah,
I was
let's
actually
talk
thinking about, I just had a flash of them performing it at the Oscars, and it just felt right. So that's
Yeah.
why I added in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have that in absolutely. Like,
Maybe
it's
I'll go
not-
back.
No. You
We'll
just
see.
stick with what you want. You don't have to because of what we said.
Go with your no
makes
guts, no
sense,
glory.
too.
Do
Yeah,
it.
I'm going for it.
sense
I don't
too.
have
Oh,
too
yeah.
many. I don't have too many categories where I'm going crazy. This was just one where I felt like
Honestly, my
no.
number,
I'm keeping Dustin Ash. That's happening,
Yeah,
and Diane
I
Warren.
do.
my
But
number, my
I don't
number,
know what other spot. to
my number
switch.
6 is my number 7 is Dustin Ash actually, but like my number 6 is good afternoon. Is that what it's called?
Hey,
From Spirited?
yes, from Spirited.
Yeah.
That's my
But
last
that is
place.
such a fun song.
No one
I-
gives
Yeah.
a shit about Christmas songs during
It's
the
not
Oscar
about that. It's
voting.
about
It's
who
not
wrote
a
the damn
Christmas
song.
song, though.
Shit.
It's
It's
about
not a
who
Christmas
wrote the
song.
song.
Yeah.
And
Didn't they write that awful song in Dear Evan Hansen though too?
yeah,
Well, I mean, you say
yeah,
Passion
I
Paul, you
mean-
just stop it. Didn't they write that awful song?
Yeah, you go.
true.
Exactly.
Well, although I'll
That's-
say, like, I was shocked that I actually liked the songs in Spirited, because I think Pasek and Paul are absolute hacks
yeah.
who cannot write a good song to save their lives,
Mm.
and lucked into it because of working with Justin Hurwitz on La La Land, frankly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Shouldn't have
like,
won that Oscar.
these songs had the songs in Spirited had actual personality and felt unique to these characters and these situations, and I was like, you actually learned how to write a musical theater score finally after all these years. Good for you.
Yeah.
And this song is Good Afternoon is delightful.
Yeah, I think it could happen. I'm not saying I don't want it
It
to
is
happen.
funny that like I think 3 different movies had songs that people were predicting other songs than the ones
Yes,
that got
yeah.
to the short list. That Spirited, Avatar,
Yeah.
and not Black Panther, but because I think maybe both songs. I don't know, but there were 3 movies where the songs that got in were not the ones that people were
Mhm.
thinking were going to from that movie.
Erik, what do you got?
Not to Chow Papa, Hold My Hand, Lift Me Up, and
Oh,
Applause.
so you have me and what Josh
Mhm.
have. Okay.
And this is a very make or break year, I think, for Warren.
Yeah.
The branch will keep nominating her, but they might feel like they don't have to. If she doesn't get in for this, I will feel much less inclined to
Vote for her in the
project her
future.
in the future. Absolutely.
Because she has
It's
the
in here.
honorary.
That's it. It's done. She will like always get in.
Okay. Is it because of the
Yes.
honorary?
Periods where she got 4 nominations in a row.
Yeah.
Nobody else can touch her in this category.
And she's getting one
For
next year for 80 for
nominations.
Brady.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That campaign has begun.
Honestly,
Already.
I bet she throws a great dinner party for everyone in the branch, and that's why she keeps getting into.
Probably.
And probably.
Maybe this will just be Amsterdam again, and it'll get 3 nominations.
That's what I'm saying. Applause, best picture. Let's go.
Just saying.
All right. Okay. Moving on. Where are we at? Best editing. All right. It's about to get real up in here. I believe it's Sophia.
Oh.
I'm so sorry, Sophia.
Yeah.
I believe it is
Okay.
Sophia. Yes.
Okay. So I mentioned earlier when I did sound that I had 4 overlapping here. Those 4 are Everything Everywhere All at Once, Top Gun Maverick, Elvis, and All Quiet on the Western Front. And then my 5th spot, it's so hard because I really want to go with Tar, but
Mhm.
I want to be happy if that happens. So I'm gonna go with the Banshee. I'm gonna go with the Banshees of Inisherin at 5
Okay.
and have Tar at 6.
I have Top Gun Maverick, Everything Everywhere All at Once, Elvis, The Fabelmans, and Banshees of Inisherin. That's what I have.
Michael Kahn.
Yeah.
What will happen to him this year?
I feel like honestly, that's the safest one where, like, usually in years past, it's like, oh, well, cinematography and editing. It's like, no, it's important that I think all three best picture front runners are in there. Front runners with quotation marks. And then obviously Top Gun Maverick. That's been like the one that, I think with a bullet. And then Elvis is the most editing as well, too. Like that is a headache. If you had to get the bottle of Tylenol out to watch a movie, I think that it gets in.
I love the editing of Elvis.
It's brilliant. No one else would have the balls to make a film that is 90% montages.
I'm telling you, the beginning of that movie, when I got a headache from it, I sat there and I went, yeah, this is getting nominated for best editing. I don't even have to worry about this. Doesn't matter what the hundreds of movies that come out later in the year. It doesn't matter. It's in. So yeah, those are my 5. Erik, what do you got?
My order is Top Gun, Everything Everywhere, Elvis, Banshees, and All Quiet. And Tar is just beneath that.
Right there. It's my 6. It's my 6. I wanted to do it, and I'm not gonna.
And weirdly enough, I think
pick with my heart.
Even though I have Banshees at 4, I think it's more vulnerable.
Yeah, because like Banshees is my 5. That's the one I could see get kicked out more than I think the Fabelmans at this point. Like that's an editing movie. Like there's sequences of editing inside of it as well. It's a showy little film about editing.
I mean, the Fabelmans has whole entire sequences that are only about editing.
Yeah. That's where I'm sitting there. I'm like, there's no way this misses for editing. And watch it, just gonna fucking.
But we have at this point of recording, we only have BAFTA and Critics' Choice. Those are the only precursors that we have. It's not much because Ace is in their infinite wisdom not coming out till February 1st.
Yeah.
But
I love that for them. I do genuinely, but I hate it for us.
Yes, I agree with that.
I don't like that. I don't like it.
Dan?
So I have Top Gun, Everything Everywhere, Elvis, Fabelmans in 4th, and then for my 5th slot, I have chosen Chaos, and I'm saying Tom Cross does it again for Babylon.
Ooh.
That makes sense too.
Again, like it is so freaking showy. And there are sequences that are just all about the rhythms that he is creating with that editing.
That goddamn ending.
And the music.
The ending, whatever, but like the Hello College scene, that is all about editing, even though it's quote unquote about sound.
Yeah.
Like it's about the editing in that scene.
But I think that is actually a good point because like that is a sneaky one for sound too. So we could see both of them get in. We could see one or the other, right? It's
Josh, last one of the category.
Yeah, this is the category that I have struggled with the most throughout the week. The only thing I feel good about is Top Gun and Everything Everywhere. Like that really is the only thing I feel confident about. I do have Banshees in there. I understand the argument that it could be vulnerable, but I mean, if 3 Billboards could get in,
that's fair.
I feel like this one is probably going to get in.
So much better edited than that.
Yeah, and it's the same editor who did, I believe, Sound of Metal, who won. So so I feel like that one's going to be in there. I moved Elvis in as much as I don't like that, but it just feels like it's so flashy, and the kind of just stock in the movie is just pretty strong too. So I went with that. And for the last spot, I'm still stubbornly holding on to Avatar.
Interesting.
Because it is just another like really big action showcase. And yes, I understand that it kind of doesn't feel as strong as it did a couple weeks ago, but again, also still very flashy and showy and action spectacle, the biggest movie in this lineup. I feel like I'm still inclined to go with it for right now.
No, that's fair.
The thing that kept me away from that is that it's 4 editors. And
that
is true. Yeah,
never nominated more than 3, but you never say never.
Yeah.
You can't anymore.
And I have to say that I'm just so glad that BAFTA, in their infinite wisdom, did decide to nominate Decision to Leave.
Oh man,
because God damn it, that's the best editing of the year.
So
we're not even talking about the 2 movies that have the best editing of the year, which is Decision to Leave and After Sun, because they should be number 1 and 2. So
Yeah. No. Anyway, moving on.
If only BAFTA was enough to save Decision to Leave in this category. Like,
if only.
Yeah.
ugh.
Best cinematography. I will start this one off. So I have Top Gun Maverick. I have Avatar: The Way of Water. I have All Quiet on the Western Front. And then I did the Fabelmans. And I'm not, this is not where I'm very, these two spots I am not confident on. I'm just going with them and I'm not very confident in them at all. You guys could totally sway me on these, but I have the Fabelmans and I have Empire of Light because it's the deacons of it all.
Empire of Light is absolutely getting nominated.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
that movie's,
Aren't there only like 3 that have gotten everything?
yeah. I
And
mean,
that's one of them, right?
Two.
yeah. And I mean, obviously my number 6, and this is where I would say if Tar is overperforming, it gets in this spot here, not in editing, actually.
I would love that.
have
I
it.
love the cinematography in
Mhm.
Tar. Like,
Mhm.
we all know not my
Golden
favorite movie, but the
Frog winner
cinematography
or
is
whatever
so great.
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Mhm.
camera mirage, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's where I'm like, if that movie, in another spot that I also think too, it could surprise. This would be like, oh, then it's 6 rather than 4, or 5 rather than 4, and a sign of strength for that movie. But yeah, I was sitting there that last spot, and I'm like, they're not gonna miss on Roger Deakins. Like he's
Yeah.
what was that movie? The war movie that he got in for that like the movie didn't do anything. And it was
Unbroken.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's like that, and he's just
Prisoners.
Prisoners.
The,
He's
the
Roger
only time Deakins
Deakins.
misses is when he
Prisoners.
has another movie in
Yeah.
competition. Like,
He's the Diane Warren of cinematographers, except
Exactly.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. No, he's getting
One
nominated.
twice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eric, what do you got?
This is an extremely difficult category.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, looking at ASC, looking at BAFTA, combining those two, I feel absolutely no confidence in my pick, and I will probably change it before the weekend.
Yeah.
I've got Top Gun, Empire of Light, The Fabelmans, Bardo, and All Quiet.
Whoa.
I have
Bardo.
Elvis. Yeah,
I would love that.
6, and I feel like Elvis is actually getting in. So I need to
Oof.
think about this.
Mm,
Because Fabelmans and Bardo, even though I have them at 3 and 4,
that's-
again, feel more vulnerable
Mhm,
than other things do.
mhm. What did you have at 5 again?
I have All Quiet at 5.
All
I have
Quiet?
Batman at 7, and
Batman,
it has
Ba-
BAFTA
that
and
BAFTA
ASC.
nomination today. I saw
Yeah,
I went,
that
here he
But-
comes. Here comes
but it-
previous
but it-
winner from last year, Greg Fraser.
It is, and that's one of those name check moments, which happens in any branch, in any category. When you're popular, you get in.
Yeah.
This branch has 290 members, 49 votes.
Mhm. So like a pizza party at Chuck E. Cheese.
You know,
That's what
it's
you
really funny when people.
I just imagine Deacons at Chuck E. Cheese.
Hell yeah. I want him in the
When-
I want him in the
I
ball
wanted to
pit.
shoot a Chuck E. Cheese. It
Yeah.
would be the most beautiful looking Chuck E. Cheese.
it
ever.
really
Oh,
would
man.
be.
But
You'd
when
be like,
people
I
think-
want to work there. Can I get an application? It looks impeccable.
When people think about Oscar voting, it sometimes feels like this invisible monolith, but it's a
Mhm.
very small group almost every time.
And they love their favorites.
And they love their favorites. That's why he
Yeah.
has 14 nominations.
That's why it's hard for new people to break in every category every year. Like
I have everything everywhere, like all the way at the bottom of my top 10.
I don't even have it in my top 10.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
don't know
it's
even have it in my
10
10.
for me,
Yeah.
just
No.
because it's a Best Picture front runner, and I feel like it has to be there.
Yeah, but it's just not. There's not the urgency for that category for that film to
No.
land, and there's too many other
100%.
strong candidates to
Yeah.
get over the top
Avatar,
of it.
Babylon. I mean, there are just
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
I
My
got-
bad.
I got Top Gun. I got Avatar. I got Fablemans, Empire of Light,
Mhm.
and yeah, BAFTA made me put the Batman
Batman.
into that fifth slot, and I
Uh,
have All
yeah.
Quiet at 6.
Honestly, I would like the Batman nomination more than I would have liked the Dune nomination last year. That's just my personal opinion.
No, I agree.
Okay.
No,
I
I
don't
agree
like
with you,
either.
Ryan.
No. Like if I'm gonna choose between the two, I was like, yeah, I would prefer this nomination than last year. I mean, I don't dislike the cinematography. I don't like it as a winner. Like I would much prefer.
Oh,
like,
okay.
Like I said, Power of the Dog last year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Dan, is your Avatar pick because of the first one winning, or just
No, that
partially.
cinematography rules, and that's coming
Yeah.
from me.
I'm not
It's-
dismissing it?
It's
Oh.
mostly that. It partially because of the first one winning, and partially because it is. I don't know. It's just when I think of the cinematography of this year, I think of that movie,
Yeah,
and especially when and they have been pushing this that it's not CGI water, they shot that for real, with the lighting and everything and giant water tanks, and when you think about all the work that has gone into it, and I know it has not done as well as it probably should have in precursors to this, but damn, that's
mean,
that's the one movie this year that I would literally, shots would come up on the screen and I would just throw up my hands and laugh. So it looks so freaking amazing.
Mhm.
And they could very easily say, we're over that, and that's just all visual effects. Although, wouldn't that be ironic? Because this has more actual cinematography in it than the first one did,
And it looks better than
Yes.
the first one.
and it looks
Much.
it's light years better than the first one.
I know.
It makes the first one looks like a piece of shit, and the first one looked really good, and still does, honestly. But Jesus Christ. I mean, the images in that movie are,
Yeah.
They're the most indelible images of the year. That image of Paya Khan, in them touching fins is just
yeah.
come on.
It's the way of the water.
Yeah.
That's the only thing you need to say. That's why it's good. It's the way.
And
the water.
two, there is something I think about. I know there's not an actual thing, but I. The action sequences in this are so much more legible than in any other action movie. And it's not just because of the editing. It's because how clearly we can see everything.
Yeah.
The
That's
power
why
of Cameron in an action movie.
Yeah,
Really.
Literally. It's
The power
Yeah.
of Titanic Part 2 for the last
I
hour of this movie.
Right?
Titanic meets
Titanic, The
Alien.
Abyss,
Titanic.
Aliens,
Yeah.
Yeah.
every Cameron
It
movie.
I
rolls.
was stunned that I was watching what I was
Literally,
watching
that's
going,
the thing.
all right, you're all seeing this,
Yeah.
right? You're seeing that this is Titanic. It's Titanic.
Yeah. I mean, I think it just also goes to show you too about it. And the reason why also I think Top Gun's doing so well is the reason why Top Gun, I think for a lot of people is high on those lists is because if you compare it to the original, it is night and day in terms of being able to see those sequences and how those sequences way back when, yes, I know technology is different. You can't even still see them today on a 4K. This movie, it also I think benefits when you have other blockbusters, especially and I know I always get I've been hitting this drum a lot this year, but when you see Black Panther Wakanda Forever and you see those underwater sequences and you see how you can barely see them and how they're just bad, and then you see this movie and how much care and of 13 years of work is behind the way that this movie looks, it's kind of undeniable that it's going to get nominated. It's one, and this is coming from me. This is coming from me talking about a James Cameron movie. I'm just saying it's in with a bullet.
I don't think it's undeniable.
I don't
think
you could
it's
possibly say that with the
it's
misses
two.
that it's had.
I don't know. I just think
it's not a lock. It's not a lock.
I don't have it in personally.
It's number 8.
That's just a shame. That's a shame. This is breaking my heart, guys. It's in. It's got to be in. They love this
Then why
We're
didn't
gonna
it make
love this
ASC?
thing.
There is
Then,
no reason why
where
it should
is
not have
it?
made that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one thing that like holds me back a minute, but ASC doesn't go 5 for 5.
Yeah.
But it's
Right.
only made Critics' Choice. That's it.
It'll get in.
know.
It has this
They'll know the way.
compared to the
Trust
first
me.
one. This is basically a guild flop. This movie.
Yeah, and this is a much better movie, which is crazy.
Oh.
So, Josh, your predictions for the category?
Yeah. The problem that I have with cinematography is that when you look at ASC, it's
Mhm.
pretty consistent that they at least go 4 out of 5.
Yeah,
They really don't deviate that much from it. And that's the problem that I'm having because I do feel like Top Gun, Empire of Light, and the Batman, I feel pretty good about that, especially with Batman getting in at BAFTA.
BAFTA, yeah.
So those 3 I am kind of feeling better about. And I don't think Bardo is making it in. I think that would absolutely be something that would be left out. And so then the question is, do I put Elvis in there? Because Elvis also feels like a movie that would get left out too, but
Mhm.
I think it also made the British cinematographers
It
nomination.
It did.
Yeah.
And again, with just how popular Elvis is, I feel like that is going to get in. So then the last spot that is not at ASC, yeah, I'm looking at All Quiet. I'm looking at Avatar. I am looking at The Fabelmans. And I think I'm going to go with All Quiet on the Western Front.
Okay.
I was with Kaminsky for a while, but I think unlike last
Kaminsky's
year,
done it before.
that is true. And
Without
last year was
ASC.
another one. But I think that the difference is West Side Story was such a flashy showcase that it was
Yeah.
sort of undeniable at the end of the day for him to kind of sneak in. And as much as I do really like the cinematography of The Fabelmans, it's just not in the same league as that. And I don't think Fabelmans is quite as strong in the Best Picture
I
race
prefer
right
it
now.
to
Like I
West
still think
Side
it's
Story.
I still think
Yeah.
it's going for it, but not as much as it used to be. And so I don't have that in. So right now, yeah, my 5 is Top Gun, Empire of Light, Batman, Elvis, and All Quiet on the Western Front.
Yeah, and yeah, you know what? I'm gonna take out the Fablemans. I'm putting in the Batman.
Why all
Yeah,
quiet,
sure.
Josh? I'm curious.
Well, the BAFTA
Yeah.
haul that it got was very impressive, and
It was.
I
very
do feel
impressive.
like you watch that movie and there are sequences in it that are really, really impressive. And
the opening is like those opening shots are like
Mm.
Malick-esque. You know what I mean? And it's
Yeah.
they're just it's a
Mhm.
really strikingly beautiful war film, and then you have the sort of war breaks in between it as well. You know, where those scenes on like the stock cars or whatever are in the house with the general or whatnot. So I mean, like it's not just war the whole time. There's
Mhm.
various
Yeah.
different degrees with it. And yeah, I mean, I think we have to be kind of careful about how much we give All Quiet on the Western Front.
Oh, I agree. I do.
But yeah, like it's not going to get a lot over above the line. You know, as much as it kind of did with BAFTA. For some, maybe for others is different, but you know, I don't go. It's not going to get like 14. You know, so
No.
it'd be very
But like
different.
that's the one where I'm like, I feel like the lack of name cinematographer hurts it the most.
That's fair.
Compared
That's
to
fair.
everything else.
Yeah, it's almost like you gotta be like the BAFTA voters. You gotta see this darn thing. And
Yeah.
yeah,
I agree. I mean, that's why there's like 3 movies that I'm struggling with in this last spot, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I
Sophia,
wish there was a place for Banshees actually, because it's one
it
of the
really
most
is.
beautiful movies of the year.
It's so
and
pretty.
Those
That-
establishing shots
Of him with the rainbow, my God.
of the cliffs and oh my God,
Well,
it's
Carrie Condon by the water right before that
Yeah.
devastating scene. It's just
Yeah.
it's beautiful. I mean,
Lots of beautiful shots.
it's
in
the
that.
best directed film in McDonough's film. It's the best looking film of his career so far. It's
Well,
probably
that's
his best
a
film.
very low bar, but yeah.
It is,
Well, I
yeah.
mean, yes, but you know,
Yes, it is.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Sophia, what do you got in the category?
Yeah, so I have Top Gun Maverick and Empire of Light. Those were the first 2 that I put in because Top Gun Maverick just weirdly just still feels like my winner here. It didn't make any sense to me early in the season. It doesn't really make sense to me still today. Empire of Light, my king, Roger Deakins. I had to put him in here. And then I actually do have the Batman and Elvis. I feel like I can't ignore ASC, BSC, BAFTA. They hit all of them. So why would I leave either of those out? And I also shout out to Mandy Walker, a woman in this category. It never happens. So
Yep.
I would love to see the nomination personally. And then for my 5th spot, this is one where I was just like, oh my God, what do I put here? How do I do this? And I actually went with Tar because I think that's so beautifully shot. The Golden Frog win, BSC, if it has strength, I feel like this is where it happens.
Yeah.
And I hear you guys on All Quiet on the Western Front. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
I am
don't
shaking on it myself too.
I don't know. It's just out. It's my 6. I might pop it in. The thing about Avatar, Ryan, I actually want to bring up one of your favorite film series for this, and that is Lord of the Rings. I don't know if this comparison works perfectly, but Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring won cinematography, and Two Towers and Return of the King were not nominated in the category at all. Yeah. So I feel like sometimes that happens in series where they give the win somewhere for the first film, and then they're like, we don't need to do this again.
Yeah.
And I know there was a big break here, and this movie is beautifully shot, yes. And I know that cinematographers know their craft, but I do wonder if they would still see a lot of that as visual effects and would want to recognize something that was a bit more, I don't know, aligned with what they usually go for in this category. Greg Fraser, to me, I didn't want to put the Batman in here for the longest time, but this is a perfect afterglow nomination.
Yeah.
For a win. So I don't know. Like, I do feel pretty good about my top 4, which is sort of strange considering how up in the air and all over the place this category has been.
Yeah. No, I can see that, Sophia. And yeah, because like I do think though that it's also one of those movies where it's like everyone's seeing it and it's going to miss a lot of other categories, I think. But the one I just can't see it missing because it's about being the most visually striking, beautiful looking film and so that's why I sit there and I go like, I get that it's missed places and it should not have missed those places.
It should not have missed. Yeah.
Russell Carpenter, former Oscar winner for Titanic. So it's not like this was shot by a nobody. This movie should have made the Guild.
And but I just sit there and I go, damn it. I think it could overcome that. Like if there's one
that could,
it's a movie from Big like, Jim. You know what I mean? Like
last year, that could be the situation with Avatar. But
yeah.
I do also wonder, sort of talking about that first Oscar win, I feel like that win has not aged very well. Yeah. And I don't know, maybe there is some resentment about how that win did kind of usher in this era of giving these very CG heavy movies this prize, and how we don't really like that anymore. And that's sort of rubbed off on this new Avatar, as unfair as it is, because I do think, I agree with you, Ryan, it's significantly better than the first movie, but it might be punished because of what the first movie kind of instigated.
And also too, like, math sucks sometimes to not be able to put in like more, because like I hear you, like Sophia's number 5 pick of Tar right there, that has been like,
I want it so badly.
It's been the sleeper all
I've just been like, it's been right there in the weeds, and I'm like, it's coming. It is, and I wanted to pick it, but I couldn't. And
so
maybe
in this conversation, I'm turning my predictions upside down. I've already edited them.
I know, me too. I've already changed it. I
was working myself to it in my own write-up, but just listening to Sophia and thinking about Mandy Walker, and she's also the first woman to win the BAFTA Australian Academy Award too. Yeah. She would only be the 3rd woman ever in this category, and nuts. ASC and BAFTA, that's a pretty good combo. So I just swapped out.
Elvis. Yeah, I wonder. I think I have to swap it out too. And like,
we're doing live changes, folks.
Take out what? Take out, like, sure, okay. Take the obvious thing is to take out Avatar, but then I look at Avatar and I'm like, really? this
Yeah.
is the one that misses. Like,
Yeah,
but then again,
hard.
it has like missed all
Everyone-
season.
Yeah, I think yeah.
And I don't think that like this branch of the Academy is populist enough for that to be the reason to get it in here. But I do have to say that I think did contribute to it not getting in at the Guild and the BAFTA, is that it was not on those viewing platforms until very late.
Correct.
They have been adamant about seeing this in a theater.
And that might be to its
And
detriment or to its
that
benefit.
I think that was to its detriment in those races, and it could very well not be a detriment for the Oscar.
Yeah, because they're on there
Because
now.
these people have seen it.
Yeah.
Generally, yes, but the screener version does not have the changing frame rates.
Yeah.
It's all regular, like
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
It's not the high frame rate,
Exactly.
which
That might
when you
work
watch the movie,
Yeah, that actually might help for its benefit, Eric, to be honest.
I don't know,
It-
because
Depending on the person,
the
yeah.
opening, I was just like,
It's ridiculous.
I was like, I'm halfway caught between, I feel like I'm trapped in a Best Buy, and then I was like, wait,
Like, I want to touch.
wait a minute,
Wait a
this
minute.
actually looks good.
Especially
Yeah.
underwater. That high frame rate looks
My
really
God.
good for
it's
underwater.
incredible.
Yeah, it was great for the water. It was, I
You kind of
It is
have
the-
to make the water kind
is
of
the
has to look
best-
good in a movie called
Yeah.
The Way of Water. You know what I
but
mean?
if your whole thing is about that look and that frame rate, and voters are seeing things in 24 frames a second, and it looks nice, but it looks like the first one, yeah, there's no difference. You're not going to
Yeah.
go, oh, this is exceptional.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang on to it, but I did change my lineup as we were talking, so I have Top Gun,
I might put
Avatar,
it back in.
Empire,
I don't know. I'm going
Batman,
back
and
and forth between
Elvis.
it and All Quiet. It's tough.
and changed my lineup. Anyway, I'm not gonna touch it anymore. Damn it! See, this is what happens. We talk about things, and I go, oh, all right.
I'm telling you.
It's the most uncertain, I think, category I've got.
Well,
On
Wait till the
one.
next category.
until next category,
Oh,
which
God, stop.
is Eric. You're up. Best documentary feature.
Oh, this is a category that feels like super easy and super difficult at the same time, because the branch already did the hard work for us by eliminating the favorite. They usually do it at this point, but they did it way ahead of this by not having Goodnight Oppie as
Thank God.
as a shortlisted film, because that would have been an easy win and done. But they said, no, we're not going to do that. And the Critics' Choice curse came back after
With a
1 year,
vengeance.
only
Yeah.
1
It
year,
didn't take long.
and it's back. But so I color code when I do my predictions, I make stupid little images, and it's like, here's something that's gotten everything. Here's the next level. Generally, I only have to go like 3 levels, because things start to gel and become pretty obvious. I had to go 5 different levels with documentary, because there is so much divergence, but there's also so many more precursors. There are more in this than in any category. We've got BAFTA, we've got Cinema Eye Honors, we have Critics' Choice, International Documentary Association, and Producers Guild. That is a lot. And, individually they mean their own thing. Together, you kind of get a really good idea. So like Fire of Love and Navalny, the only ones that have gotten everything. All That Breathes only missed Critics' Choice because they're super basic, but it's won the only 2 things that we've had so far. All the Beauty and the Bloodshed earlier to me felt like it was like a snub kind of movie. This actually, and Fire of Love, because Fire of Love is entirely archival footage, but they let loose from that last year with Summer of Soul.
But Summer of Soul had talking heads.
Yeah, it did.
I think that's the one thing that
did.
movie had.
Well, I'm still actually worried about Fire of Love because
I
wait till you see what I
yeah,
feel
wait
like.
till you see mine.
more creative idea than something like Apollo 11, which was, of course, you're getting snubbed because you're not actually anything but like you're great editing, but it's not for this branch. So yeah, with all of that going all the way down and Descendant and Territory and Moon Age Dream and Hallelujah and Retrograde and all of these things, I have landed on Navalny, All That Breathes, Fire of Love, All the Beauty and the Bloodshed, and The Territory, but Bad Axe is my like spoiler.
Okay.
Yep.
Right. Dan?
Oh God.
I love
So
the category though. It's so good.
God, this was such a good year for documentaries. What the fuck? But talking about what you were saying earlier, Erik, I actually think that they didn't get rid of the front runner when they got rid of Goodnight Oppie. The front runner was then Fire of Love, and that's what's gonna miss. I really think that. I have always thought that. I have Navalny, and especially given what's going on in the world, it's probably winning.
It's my number one.
After that, I have All That Breathes because it just keeps winning. It wins literally everything. And it's also like freaking great. I have somewhat stubbornly Moon Age Daydream in my third spot, which like is probably stupid because it is all archival, but it got shortlisted for 2 Oscars that documentaries don't get shortlisted for. I have to have it in, and then I have Bad Axe.
Yeah,
because that movie, like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, you watch that movie and you want to vote for it.
Feel like
You really do.
there.
It's just so beautiful, and the more people that I hear that have seen it, they all like it.
Yep.
And then my 5th slot is where I'm caught between Descendant, All the Beauty and the Bloodshed, Territory, and the other House Made of Splinters, which is another one that has sort of been like late breaking. People who are seeing it are going nuts for it. I have Descendant right now, but I kind of feel like I have it there only because like it's my preference. I thought that was it was my second favorite documentary of the year after Moon Age Daydream. I think it's perfect. But in reality, it's probably All the Beauty and the Bloodshed. But I don't know. I feel like this category it could be any of the shortlisted. It really could be any of the shortlisted features, and I would not be surprised. I feel ridiculous that I don't have the Territory in there, and yet I can't find a way to fit it in.
Yeah. Josh?
Yeah, my list is very similar to Erik's. I do have Navalny, All That Breathes, Bad Axe, and the Territory. And I have All the Beauty and the Bloodshed, not Fire of Love. So that's the omission that I think will happen. But as Dan said, this is one of those categories where like any combination of the shortlisted movies could get in. Because I do think Descendant is still a strong player. I think Moon Age Daydream as well, and House Made of Splinters, and Retrograde is Matthew Heineman, who is also another well-respected member. And I don't know why, but that really bad Leonard Cohen doc keeps making shortlists, and so I'm afraid that might make it in there too. So I
saw someone predicted today.
I swear to God, if that makes it in and Moon Age Daydream doesn't, I will go.
I saw that same thing too.
Shit.
I do not like that movie. So I don't know. This is always a category I'm terrified that I will go 0 for 5. The only one I feel confident about is All That Breathes. That's That's the only one that I feel it's not even going to win the Oscar in my opinion, but it's the only one I feel safe will get nominated. The other four, I don't know.
Yeah. Sophia.
Okay, I have Navalny, All That Breathes, Bad Axe, The Territory, and Descendant in that order. I put Descendant in because of a company called Higher Ground Productions, the Obamas, and they have a really good track record at the Oscars with shorts and just things that they make. The branches really like, and I loved Descendant. So I think this is partially my preference too, but All the Beauty and the Bloodshed was one of my favorite movies of the year.
Yeah.
I just don't know if the branch will appreciate it. That's the hard part, because it is the way that it's structured, I think, isn't for everyone. It worked perfectly for me, but I can see them snubbing that, absolutely. And yeah, I have Fire of Love out because even though I think that documentary has a lot of passionate support from critics and film goers behind it, it's mostly archival footage, and that, I don't know, that's like when I saw that it was on the short list, I was like, oh, that's the snub. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I have Retrograde at 6 because of Matthew Heineman, and PTA did a Q&A for it, and that just lit up for me. I was like, oh, okay.
I have All the Beauty and the Bloodshed. I have All That Breathes. I have Descendant. I have Navalny, and I thought I was going to be the only one that was doing this, but Bad Axe is the one that I think is going to. That feels so minding the gap. Counting this morning, this evening, sort of kind of pick where we all think it's going to be Fire of Love because that, or The Territory, because and I mean Nat Geo's had some pretty good luck over a couple of years, getting stuff in, but they are the more bigger titles. They have bigger names supporting it, like Aronofsky with The Territory, and then Doza and Miranda July sort of surrounding Fire of Love. But for me, they have done a great job with Bad Axe in getting that in front of people, having so many screenings, I got emailed about that like 7,000 times. And so there's a ton of things that have sort of swayed me about that. It feels like one that if you watch it, it's not really it's about the pandemic, but it's not about the pandemic. It's a good testament sort of film for the time too. It's very, very relevant. And it just feels like a movie that they would be more inclined to want to prop up than something like Fire of Love, which is like a movie that, or even Moon Age Daydream, where we're like, yeah, we get it. Like, David Bowie's cool, but this family, this is a story we dug with more. And yes, I'm not counting out the Obamas. Like every time they make a doc, it just is like
it's also Netflix. It's
also
it's
Netflix.
contender.
Yeah, you can't count out Netflix in this category.
This was their first Oscar win.
Yeah, and Navalny seems to have always been there. It's still relevant. I'm hesitant on all the Beauty and the Bloodshed. That one feels like it's hanging on. I'm worried because like Neon has just not had a good year overall in general with everything that they've had. But it still feels like it's still
for that movie particularly to have won the Golden Lion and then not gotten into the places where it didn't get in.
Didn't make PGA.
Was very weird. Yeah.
So it's hanging on, but I think
savage.
Yeah, but I think of the favorites or the front runners that are up there. I just think that they'll incline to miss Fire of Love because it's more of like the cool pick or whatnot. And that's
the populist pick.
Yeah, it's the populist pick as opposed to like, I still think that there's enough inside All the Beauty and the Bloodshed for them to admire.
I'm sure I'll change mine
and everything. So, but yeah.
Well, I mean, All the Beauty does one of the great things that a documentary does, which is sort of begin as one thing and then become something else because the story becomes something else.
Yes,
that's kind of Bad Axe also.
No,
Bad Axe.
Exactly.
A lot of movies do. Wildcat, which I really was in here right now. Does that extremely well. It's one of the most exciting things about a documentary is is when the filmmakers enter it with an idea of what it is, and then the story tells its own story.
Yeah.
I love that. It's fantastic, and I think Beauty and Bloodshed does that.
Yep.
So I hope that that's
All
enough.
those weird misses, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
You know what?
shouldn't-
I'm making a change.
Oh,
on the
I'm
fly right
making
now.
changes
I'm
tonight.
dropping all the Beauty and the Bloodshed and putting in Descendant.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
I might drop
Then we'll
Fire
match.
Love and put Descendant in.
Yeah, I may drop Moon Age Daydream for
That-
territory
Moon
or
Age
all
Daydream.
That's not good. That's not good.
I
I know you
just-
love that movie, but I think you need to make the hard decision.
No,
about
like
that.
no, but like it got into place. Like it has got in
it's done-
places where
yeah,
I
it's
would
done
not
well.
have expected it to.
It got a BAFTA nom. today.
and it didn't get into
Well,
the
I mean,
top category at
David
Cinema
Bowie.
Eye Honors, but it won both awards that it was nominated for.
Yep.
And it got shortlisted for categories at the Oscars that documentaries do not
That's fair.
get shortlisted for. So I feel like there's something with this movie.
I think it's
I-
at least trying to do something different
Yeah.
And
with,
it's
with a musical biopic.
Mm,
And-
yeah. And I would hope that they appreciate something like that over the freaking Leonard Cohen movie.
Oh, man.
Listen, they nominated Hale County, which is maybe the best nomination in the last 10 years
Yeah.
from this
That
category.
is such an inspired
Hale County
pick.
this evening, yeah.
Oh my god.
There is nothing like that in
this
the
category.
it was absolutely just not just a great film, but an
Mhm.
totally inspired nomination.
Minding the Gap too. That is a
Yeah.
hell of a nomination as well. I mean, God.
My favorite
Yes,
movie
that's
that
a
year.
Charlotte Wells
Me too.
Criterion Closet pick.
Yeah. And that's what I think
How
with
many
like
times
Moon
have you
Age,
watched
like
that video?
I love that video. And I love Minding the Gap.
Yes. All right. Let's move on. Let's go to animated feature.
Because I have all of my like feature stuff together.
Dan, animated
No!
feature. You're up.
No!
Yes, you have to.
No!
Yeah, it's your
I
turn.
reject this.
Nope, too bad. We've been going in order. It's your turn.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I have Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, and if it doesn't win, I'll be shocked.
Yeah.
After that, surprisingly, I have Puss in Boots: The Last Wish.
Hell yeah.
Masterpiece.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Who is your
would
favorite
have
fearless
thought?
hero?
Yeah, who would have thought? And after that, I just don't know what to do with this category. I have Turning Red, and I feel pretty good about Turning Red. Then for the last two spots, okay. I want to say My Father's Dragon, but
Mhm.
it's so for young children,
Mhm.
and
Yeah, it's
those
7 and
don't
under.
usually get in here. I want to say Marcel the Shell, but that's a live action movie, and we saw that kill the Lego movie, which had a lot more animation in it than this did. I want to say Wendell and Wild, but that has not gotten in at places that it should have gotten in at if it was getting in here.
Mhm.
I have no clue. I right now have just like based on the strength of Cartoon Saloon in general, I have My Father's Dragon in, and the fifth. I'm going. I'm putting in Wendell and Wild, but I don't feel good about it just because, like, I don't think Marcel is happening, even though I want it to. I don't see that branch going for it.
You bastard. How dare you?
Look,
That's just
right
rude.
now I am Isabella Rossellini walking into the sunlight.
Don't you bring up Nana
at the
Connie
end.
in this
How
in this
dare
list.
you,
I-
Daniel?
How
I
dare
am
you bring up Nana
crying about
Connie?
the fact that it's probably not going to get nominated. Okay, like,
She should-
but like I look at all these movies and I'm like, I
yeah.
can't see them going for the movie that just has like a few animated characters in it in a live
It's
action.
qualified, so it's in. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I no, I get the trepidation. No, I do, because of the fact that of the Lego movie kind of kind of.
But the voting is different now.
But the voting,
if
the
it was
voting
the
is
old
different
voting,
now.
I absolutely would not be predicting Marcel.
They have
but
it is more like, and I maybe I should have that in over Wendell and Wild. I don't know. Maybe that's my fifth. I don't know. I go back and forth. I hate it. I don't know. Tell me what to do.
All right, Josh, your picks. For
yeah, I do have. I think what is the consensus top four, which is Pinocchio, Turning Red, Puss in Boots, and Marcel the Shell. I totally get the hesitation with Marcel, but I do think that the fact that they let it qualify in the first place and that the voting's different, I feel better about it. If it was the old system, absolutely not. Would not be in here.
Yeah.
But more people are voting for it. I feel like it's in a better position. It is that last spot that is the trouble for me. And this is another one where I've gone back and forth with a lot of different options. And I actually did settle on My Father's Dragon only because it is Cartoon Saloon and they literally have never missed.
Never.
Yeah.
Which is
All right,
crazy.
I know you. So
But Wendell's my
excited
number
about
6
that
just
film.
because of the strength of the animation.
Yeah, no,
And
for
Henry
sure.
Selick.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I did not like that movie. It would not be a nomination I would
No,
celebrate.
it was
but
no, it was not a movie. That was
It was not great,
quite boring.
unfortunately.
But if any of the Netflix movies, well, I guess like, you know, I think
Like
the sea,
all 10 of them.
yeah, like the Sea
There are
Beast is
so
one that
many.
I think I would like to see get in there, but I don't know if
I'd love to see it get in. I thought that
Yeah.
movie was really
it's quite
beautifully
underrated.
animated.
Yeah.
Much better than My Father's Dragon.
I would
Sophia.
agree.
And
Yeah.
also got the Annie.
It did get the Annie, and that had me. It got back into my 10 after the Annies.
Sophia.
I have the same 5 as Josh.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, I feel like the 5th spot is giving me trouble because part of me, I did think about that with Marcel. I was like, are they going to just snub it just to make us angry? But I do think getting in was the hurdle. And I used to have Wendell and Wild in as of like earlier this week, but then I just thought about Cartoon Saloon and had to put My Father's Dragon back in.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. I mean, Cartoon Saloons just doesn't miss. I think that, you know, the Sea Beast is right up there. I think I would have said like The Bad Guys probably last week, but then it missed. I think the one film, there was 2 films that needed to qualify for this list, and one was the more controversial one of the qualifiers, and that was Apollo 10.5. That had the articles and everybody going like, you know, the rotoscope and and this and that. And that's not gonna, I'm not saying it's gonna happen, and it's not happening, but that all that attention for it to get in was very negative and very, you know, it was just like, oh, okay, that movie's definitely not getting in, even though it's on this list. And so all that sort of like angst was put on that film, it felt like, and Marcel just kind of got in there and has just lived in this category now. So that's why I don't think then they're going to start thinking about, wait a minute, Marcel the Shell, like it, like clearly they'll put that in just to like spite Linklater in that film, I think. Not intentionally, but it kind of feels like it. Because those were the 2 films in question. And like Sophia said, once Marcel got in, I clearly was like, well, this is also a movie too, where like everybody watches it and everybody freaking loves it. So it's like, it's hard for, you know, it's hard to find some consensus ones in the top of this category, because usually it's like Pixar, and yeah, they have 2 films, and Turning Red seems to be the one because like Lightyear doesn't exist. But you know,
Literally doesn't
you know,
exist.
but you know, it is what it is. You know, usually we would have a case where it's like both Pixar's and a Disney movie, but Strange World didn't do well either. You know what I mean? This year, as we all know, it's the curse of Jake Gyllenhaal. So, Erik, what are your 5?
So before we get into that,
His top 5 were
fuck you.
Strange World 5 times.
You know, eternity. Fuck you, eternity. But you're also not wrong.
Yeah. Damn right.
It disgusts me to completely agree with you, but I completely agree with you that Apollo
Getting my job.
10.5 or whatever it's called has taken the heat that Marcel definitely was able to push off, and it's actually my number 2.
It
I
is
know
mine too.
one. Marcel is number 2. This is a movie that premiered at Telluride
Last year.
2021. So
Yeah.
it's been around for a
Yeah.
little while. And then Puss in Boots, Turning Red, and I'm also on the My Father's Dragon train because of Cartoon Saloon. But you know what? Minions: The Rise of Gru made PGA, and if there is a sequel franchise series that has been able to come like withstand this, it's been this one.
Minions.
And that movie is a lot of fun.
It is actually pretty fun, and it made like $1 billion because they all make $1 billion.
Because kids love them.
But to bring back to the Sea Beast, which did get the top 5 normal like feature nomination, and it's better than My Father's Dragon for a Netflix.
It was also one of the first screeners to get out during the season as well.
And it was an earlier. I have Minions at 6 and Sea Beast at 7, like Inuo at 8 because it's G Kids. I feel 100% solid about my top 4. It's the number 5 that I'm a little.
Yeah, I'm not losing that much sleep over it, but
y'all convinced me to put Marcel back in. So
Marcel is
what a victory!
It isn't Fire of Love.
Doug, truly, thank you, because I was really like, I don't know.
Ring the bells of freedom. Let's go.
Okay, I do get it, Dan, but I think the new voting system has helped.
Yeah, and I had forgotten about that. So you're right. Yeah.
All right, let's move over. Best international film.
Oh my god, this category.
Josh, it's you.
You know what? No matter which way this category goes, it's going to be good.
Thank you. That is 100% right. Whoever you have in your top 10 is the right answer.
Yeah, these are all good.
Well, they only nominate 5, so it really doesn't matter.
So what I have is All Quiet on the Western Front.
Yeah.
Decision to Leave. Argentina 1985.
Yep.
Close. And I tend to not want to do, what we call hope dicting a lot, but every once in a while there will be one that I just pin some dreams on, just really hoping that it does get in there, and I'm gonna do it with this one, even though I think there's evidence that it's still you could point to, but not a lot. But still, I think the passion is there for it. I'm going with Joyland.
I was hoping you would.
Ooh. Sundance.
I could
Sundance
see it.
Screening Joyland. Yeah.
And that whole story about it, getting banned and then unbanned, and just what a powerful
that's a good narrative.
Representation it is. I just think that it could be very powerful to persuade people to vote for it. People really do like it. I do love that movie a lot. It's the one I'm really, really hoping for. And yeah, I'm just going to go with it for that 5th spot.
It's my 6. It's my number 6, Josh. It would be, it's got all the pieces. I'll say about it in a minute. Sophia, your 5.
Yeah, I'll start by saying Joyland is also my number 6. I really do want to put it in. But right now I have All Quiet on the Western Front, Close, even though it missed BAFTA today, which was crazy.
I don't even want to talk about that.
Yeah. Argentina 1985.
Yep.
Decision to Leave. And in my 5th spot, I have The Quiet Girl. And the reason why I have that is because sometimes, unfortunately, in this category, I look at what I like, which is EO and Santomer, and I say they'll never go for those. They're going to go for something that is very. I'm going to be careful with my words here.
More conventional.
white, European, conventional, straightforward,
safe,
not a difficult watch, like a safer watch. And I feel like I've seen advertisements for The Quiet Girl everywhere. I remember getting a screener about this movie like a long time ago, just hearing about this campaign. And I know it's Irish, so seeing it at the BAFTAs in multiple categories shouldn't be a big surprise, and it really wasn't to me, but I think it will get in here.
Okay. I have 4 out of the 5, just the same as you and Josh. I have All Quiet on the Western Front. I have A Decision to Leave, Argentina 1985. The Golden Globe winner I can't even believe that. Close. And I have Bardo. I think we're just overthinking it.
It's my
I think
7.
I think
Could
that
easily
this
get in.
I think this Academy clear, they love Inarritu. It's I don't see a world where it misses. I know that there are better films, there's more competitive films, there's films that have showed up in other places, but if there is one place that this man is going to show up and kind of miss some other places as well, is definitely going to be the Oscars. I mean, like, they give him an honorary Oscar for
Please
a
don't
couple
remind me of that.
I'm just saying
that he has 5 Academy Awards. Please don't
he
remind
has
me of
5
that.
Academy Awards, and that's more than like anyone else in this category. And
Sorry, my audio cut out. I couldn't hear what you just
he's
said.
got 5 Academy Awards. So I just think that the others don't. I'm just gonna go with them with him on this one.
I mean, it could easily be a default pick.
And
sure.
it's a good movie. So
Well,
no, well, Josh, we're not doing that.
we
today.
already did that review.
We already did that.
Yeah,
we already did that.
talked about that.
Yeah. Hey, at least you liked it better than the other stuff that he's done recently.
That is not a high bar to clear.
But it's still a bar that he did.
A Bardo.
I knew you were going to do it. You couldn't help yourself.
I can't help myself.
I'm
Are you
totally-
kidding? Have you met
I
me?
mean, like,
We're totally
Josh-
editing that out of the show.
between Ryan loving a James Cameron movie and Josh not wanting to set an AGI movie on fire,
We've had a good year.
this has
Yeah.
been quite the year.
year.
For...
Full of
Mhm.
surprises.
Yeah. Erik.
So
I know what this is actually for you. So
no, because I did these before BAFTA, and I'm gonna change them after tonight because me. But I do
Okay.
have kind of a little bit of a consensus with All Quiet, Argentina, Close, and Decision to Leave.
Mhm.
I have EO as my number 5.
Erik, me too.
Oh,
Okay.
God, I
Um,
hope you guys are right.
I
haven't
feel like
seen
I feel like the campaign is strong enough. It's the same people behind Drive My Car.
Yep.
Both the distributor and the publicist. It's the same people.
Mhm.
And
Yep.
it's not that it's like, oh, this feels like Lunana. But it feels
All
like
that stupid yak in
Lunana.
the classroom.
Oh,
It is
okay.
the year of the
I liked
motherfucking
the yak
donkey
in the classroom.
binges.
Yeah,
like
Yak in the Classroom is actually great.
good.
It is
Yeah,
the year of the
good movie.
donkey. We are in another completely different year of voting in this goddamn category.
That's true.
So visibility is extremely important. Bardo is my 6, but again, like I said at the top, whatever is in your top 10, whatever is in any of this short list is 100% viable.
Yeah.
Yep.
Everything's
Joyland
on the table.
its existence here is I mean, I feel it's the reward, it's the nomination. I think the visibility is not going to be there for a nomination. It might be, it could be, but I'm glad that it's here. I think it's weird how much France has absolutely fallen in this category in terms of being such a powerhouse.
Yeah.
So I don't feel really like super strong about it. Quiet Girl makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah.
Turn to Soul makes a whole lot of sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
People
Yeah.
are very passionate about that
Very
movie
passionate
too.
about that movie.
It is, and it's
As
caught
much as I
on
don't
really at the
want
last.
it to be India's last film show. This is
It's
this is-
really good. Like,
to get into this category in over 20 years, even if it's basically a Belfast Cinema Paradiso remake.
Yeah.
They're
Well,
not going to care.
Well, also too, it could build off of the fact that people want to see a film from that country, and it's not RRR, so they could give a little bit of sympathy to it.
This was my whole write-up was like, is there going to be like residual RRR from here because it can't be in here?
Yeah, so then they put that one over the top.
Denmark, which has like over a dozen nominations.
Holy Spider is
They're
really freaking
really
good.
popular here.
Mhm.
And Holy Spider. I mean, There is not a wrong answer, I don't think.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I just don't think there is a wrong answer.
Yeah, if anyone's bragging about this category and then they got it, like I saw it coming, it's like no, you didn't. Like this
it's
is
like documentary.
You guessed.
But even more so, it is so rich. It is so
you threw a
full
dart
of
at the wall.
promise and ability, and everything is.
Yeah, this is one of those categories where I feel like we're all set on that top 4, and then literally any of the other 11 movies could be in that last spot.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The reason that I have EO is that like it got that huge visibility boost too from getting like the trifecta basically.
Yeah.
All of those critics groups went for it, and all the big ones anyway. And the reason I have Bardo at 6, I think the terrible reviews out of Venice killed it.
That was for a different cut, though. To be
I
fair.
know it was for a different cut,
I'm
but
just
then
saying.
they had to
Damage is done.
advertise that it's a different cut and get people in the room
Yeah.
and persuade them, no, it's different, it's shorter, it's better, it's whatever it is.
No, that's fair.
And I think that the word out of Venice was just too negative to get people in a room to see it.
I think it was probably
that's my fear. I think that it does stand a really good chance. It's my number 6.
Yeah, no.
But that's my fear is that after that not enough people could be convinced to see it.
See, I think that logic killed it for other categories. Like that's why it's not the big Netflix player that they wanted it to be. I think that's what killed it there.
All Quiet is, and
yeah,
here we
now
are.
All Quiet
Well,
is.
yeah,
No,
here
yeah, but also too, they've done the campaign that I thought that they would, because they did the Three Amigos thing recently, and they've had him, in the director roundtable and stuff too. So he's been everywhere of and again, he's a favorite of theirs. So it's we'll see.
Can I share a fear of mine?
Yes, Sophia.
I don't know if Decision to Leave is a lock.
Oh God.
Been thinking about that too.
Please don't say that.
Oh, that hurts.
I'm sorry.
No,
like,
I know. I agree.
know,
I know. I just didn't want to say it out loud.
It did
is-
really well at BAFTAs today, and that's what I'm holding on
did.
to.
It did. And I think that means a lot. And that's part of the reason why I have it in addition to just loving the film and thinking it was very successful. But there's a part of me that looks at the list of countries, their submissions, their nominations, their wins. Yes, Parasite did the unthinkable. And I think that sort of, broke the dam for like future Korean cinema to come through and to like be celebrated here. But still, just one. Like,
Yeah.
that, I don't know.
I guess go ahead, Josh, please.
The other thing about Decision to Leave is that it does also feel like something that is like that contender in 3 and 4 that everybody just sort of assumes is safe.
Yeah.
And therefore people put their votes behind other stuff with more passion, and it just slips through the cracks.
How very Francis Fisher. We'll get to that later.
No,
Has a giant heart.
It's that, yeah. That's a big jump, but it will come back, and it will be like the joke that comes back later in the movie, and you'll appreciate it later.
Mhm.
The thing about, I think, that Decision to Leave benefits from is, again, new voting style. Everybody can participate. It's gonna feel like, oh my God, it feels like Hitchcock. Oh my God, it feels like this. It feels like all these things.
Completely unlike anything else.
There's gonna be a familiarity to it that they can gravitate to, but at the same time, it can also feel like a thriller versus an important hand quotes.
It's not an issues movie, right?
Yeah,
Like it's
foreign language
yeah.
film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, if it doesn't though, I'm gonna come back to this conversation. And I'm just gonna put my head down. I'll be so devastated.
It'll be in. I'm just thinking.
Yeah, I know.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, I get it, Sophia. I'm not mad at you. I'm like, I've been thinking about that too. And I'm like, I just didn't want to speak it, but you did. And it's there and we're not editing it out and it hurts. Okay. Anyway, let's move on. Sophia, you're up next. Adapted screenplay.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
The most painful category
You
every
had to
year
bring
for
up
me.
Decision to Leave. You get adapted
Mhm.
This
screenplay.
category sucks donkey.
Yeah, it really
Well,
does.
Doggy's in the other category.
Okay, here's what I have. I have The Whale,
Oh.
All Quiet on the Western Front, Living, Women Talking, and She Said.
I have the exact 5. I have Women Talking, All Quiet on the Western Front, The Whale, Living, and She Said. And the reason why I have She Said in there is because I feel it will be the lone screenplay nominee for this year. Spoiler alert for the other category. I am still not sold on Living and The Whale. I'm not sold on those yet.
The Whale
not-
is happening,
Are
Ryan.
you
Yeah.
kidding?
The Whale is
is
absolutely
probably winning,
happening.
Ryan.
Ryan, if Sophia and I are telling you
Yeah.
the whale is happening,
It's
then
I'm
winning.
not.
It's
not
winning.
It's not winning right now. I don't have it winning.
getting-
I
but
don't wanna
it's
think about-
certainly
we got
getting
some time for me
nominated.
to really fully
Yeah.
deal with
Like,
that. Like, let's
we-
just talk
Yeah.
about the nominations.
Yeah,
Just
it's
right
too.
now.
nominations.
Yeah, to say it's winning and we're in January, that's a little cart before the horse, I
No,
believe.
but just
No, I think
It's
still is. I
the
just don't wanna
only
talk
one
about
of
it.
these that is getting a Best Picture nomination. Like, that's for sure. But,
Spoiler
like,
alert. Well, I don't.
I mean, All
agree.
Quiet. I have All
Yeah.
Quiet, but
Yeah. But also, I mean, you got to look out for. You got to look out for Maverick, even though I don't think that's like 7 for me. I actually think the one that
Director nominee. Top Gun Maverick.
yeah,
Oh, it's
I actually
getting-
based on a
that's
magazine.
the number
based on a magazine. Even me in 1986 did not know that.
Yeah. I think that
It's fucking
my
incredible.
number 6 actually is Pinocchio. Yeah, I think that's number 6, and I think that's the one that could kick out She Said. And I know it showed up here at BAFTA today, and Carey Mulligan showed up, but it's also the movie that I just feel like could easily go blank, and we don't have anything from that film, as well as Women Talking, as well as also I'm sorry, there is a world, so don't yell at me. There is still a world where The Whale misses here, and trust me,
I
there are
want to
other
be there. Take me with you.
Yeah, I would too, but I don't think it exists.
No, I don't think it's
It's
gonna
Y'all
not
some
happen.
even-
heartless
not even in
bitches up in this
Pandora
shit.
does that
No,
exist.
it's not. I'm not predicting it, but I do think that there is a world where that movie does miss, and that it's the 2 performances, and maybe that's it. That is a possibility for it.
I mean, ideally, but
It's
no,
not, but okay.
It is.
I mean, it missing scripter was sort of a big deal.
Yeah.
I
It
thought,
was a
but
lot.
It was a
It was
little,
correct. Yes,
It was a lot.
it was
But
correct.
getting BAFTA over Women Talking meant
Yeah,
more.
that's sexist.
mhm.
Yeah, I'll say it. So anyway,
Sure.
Eric,
Okay.
floor is yours.
Let's go. We've been talking The Whale, Glass Onion. She
Yep.
said All Quiet. Done and done. Glass Onion is getting the Knives Out treatment 100%. This is the only thing that it's getting. Goodbye and good night. That's it. Period.
Good night and good luck. Okay,
No.
Dan.
No.
Dan.
I'm with Eric. Women Talking, The Whale, Glass Onion, All Quiet on the Western Front, and then I have Living
Yeah, I
instead
have.
of She Said.
Listen, I want Glass Onion to get nominated as much as the next person because I love that script, but sometimes I just sit
Look,
there
in
and I'm
order
like,
for a
"Yeah."
sequel to get nominated, it's got to be considered better than the first, and a lot of people, if not
That's true.
everybody,
I
thinks
just
it's better than the first.
that's true. I just
And it's the one comedy.
yeah, but it's
Yeah,
also
This isn't like personal preference. It's everything like that's happening looks exactly like Knives Out.
no, I know I agree, but also too the sequels to things like this don't always land, and it was. I'm not saying
Like
it was
Borat?
easier. Well, this isn't. No, this isn't. I mean, that had time in between and everything, and it also had an acting It also had acting and nomination to go alongside it, so it's not like
Well, maybe this does.
I don't think it will, and I know you don't think that either.
It does.
And I think that She Said's the more. If it's going to be a loner one, I think,
It's
and I
just
only think there's
done
gonna be
nothing.
Yeah, I know. No, I'm not confident in that last pick. Josh.
Yeah, I have The Whale, Women Talking, Living, Glass Onion, and All Quiet. She Said is my number 6.
Yep.
Okay.
It's my number 6 too. And I'll say it would not surprise me, although like it hasn't done well so far. It would not surprise me if we see a random lone nomination for White Noise.
I would love that.
Because the Academy
Yeah.
likes Baumbach, and it has that unadaptable angle that writers would go for.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
it's
would
kinda-
still call it unadaptable, but
I mean, I
you know.
agree. I completely agree. I don't think it's a successful adaptation very much, but
But it's like good effort.
it
you know?
works. And
It's
yeah,
like PTA's Inherent Vice
yes,
nomination. sort of.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And both are
Yeah.
good movies.
That's a good comparison.
Yeah, they're both good. Anything else? And nobody thinks Maverick's getting in, right? Nobody's got Maverick getting in.
Oh no, there's tons of people that think it's getting
No.
in.
I'm talking about
Not
here.
us.
I don't care about anybody else.
I mean,
care
I don't
I
have
will
it in, but
I will say
it's in
this.
the mix.
I just mean
would
people
If
say
it
that.
gets in here,
Undiagnosed issues.
if it gets in here, then it's winning Best Picture. Like
No,
that's
it is not, Daniel.
Well, hold
That's
your
what
hand.
I
Well,
would
hold
say.
your hand, Eric. Now who's mad? Now you got him
Stop
mad at
it.
you.
It's
You know
not
what I mean?
winning Best Picture.
That's what I would say.
Me.
Like, if it gets in here, that's a sign of crazy strength.
Hold my hand.
I mean, I think you have to at least have it in your 10, but I don't
Yeah.
think it's getting nominated.
I have it
but-
at
Oh, it's
like
in my 10. It's
9.
number
Yeah.
8.
It's
Yes.
my 8, yeah.
It's my 8. I'm not a crazy person. I'm ridiculous.
I still
but I'm
can't
not
believe it got
crazy.
nominated for the scripter.
I still the scripter nomination sent me. I'm like, what the hell?
Like, how
It
far
was
back in
very
research did they have to do?
it's very Logan.
Yeah, it's very Logan. Yeah,
and that was in a year that they had like 7
You
nominations.
know what happened with
or
Logan?
something.
They got nominated.
Yeah. Who was the writer of that? Scott Frank. So calm down.
I'm just I mean, Macquarie is an Academy Award winner.
Yeah, but Aaron Kruger also like.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that would be.
He
If
is not
there
the
is-
reason why any of that story works.
if there
I
is
can tell
one
you that.
spot, this is what I believe. If there is one spot above the line that Top Gun Maverick gets in, it's here. It's not anywhere else.
No, it's only here.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert.
I mean, I
So,
would agree.
Original
I would
screenplay.
disagree.
No, original screenplay.
This category is going to murder me on Oscar nomination morning. Like,
I have-
murder me.
and I guess we're gonna need a new editor in chief.
Why?
I have because he's gonna be murdered. The Banshees of
You know
Inisherin,
what?
Everything Everywhere All at Once, The Fabelmans, Tar, and then there's a fifth spot. And I think we all are trying to figure out what the hell that's gonna be.
I think
it'll-
Josh and I have the same thing.
I-
It's
I-
only
It's
one or
kinda
2
easy.
movies.
it's
No,
yeah,
it's
it's
not
what
difficult.
it,
Yeah.
it could be.
It's very difficult for me between 2 movies.
For me, it's
Yeah, it's only 2
triangles.
movies.
It's Triangle of Sadness.
That's
Yeah.
what I have.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's what I've had for a while now.
And After Sun at 6.
Mhm.
I don't think After
Same.
Sun's realistically going to happen. I don't think it's, I think it might be just something else.
I think it's going to be the BAFTA line.
I think After Sun is an internet thing. I don't think that's a real thing.
Yeah.
For that category. Yeah.
I kind
thing
of
about-
agree, but we'll talk
the
about
thing
that
about-
later.
Triangle of
Yeah.
Sadness. So I have the same 5. I don't know if we all do.
No, Eric doesn't.
Um, Eric
has-
doesn't? Okay.
Eric's-
No,
Eric
Eric's
is
holding
sticking
on.
with
no
his-
glory.
Eric is
Yeah.
sticking with his boy.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
You know what you're
I-
doing.
He didn't write it.
Not to mess
You're
up
still
your order,
sticking with
Ryan.
him, though.
No, it's fine. I know Eric's the only one that sorts of dissents here, but
Yeah.
Sophia, you go first, and then we'll get it over to him.
Yeah. So when I saw Triangle of Sadness at New York Film Festival, I don't like Ostland. Like, he just isn't a director for me. But when I saw this movie, in the back of my head, the entire time I was watching it, I was like, the Academy will love this. Rich people will love this. They will think it is about them. They will be like, I get this. I want to support this.
Mhm.
And then I started seeing everyone from Olivia Wilde to Lisa Vanderpump from The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills tweeting and putting on Instagram how much they love this movie. And yeah, I can put Glass Onion in too, I suppose. But for me, this is that like rich person satire pick where they think they're in on the joke and they get it. And I think they're going to like this movie a lot.
Co-sign with everything you just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Sophia,
the
when you saw it at NIF, did you see it at the press screening or at a public?
I saw it at the press screening.
Okay, so I saw it at the public screening, and like the reaction that movie got, it was insane.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, I
the
can
amount of
imagine.
laughter, and it is exactly the audience that film is gunning for.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's also just too. It's this is what I think of it. You know, it's very much the like. Of course, that's getting nominated sort of screenplay,
Yeah.
because it's the Adam McKay-ish sort of style of like it's so on the nose that of course they're gonna nominate it, and it's very much like when I watched it, I was like, this is not for me because it's because subtlety is something that's thrown out the window with for that movie.
Which I
But-
agree with, by the way, but
Yeah.
I was not looking at it as like, do I like this movie?
Mhm.
I'm with Sophia. I was thinking this just seems like something the Academy.
But they,
would
but
just
yeah, but
really
no,
eat
but
up.
they
Yeah.
go for it, Josh. I mean, they
Yeah.
have, with McKay and others. So it's like that they don't mind it getting beat over the head sometimes.
No.
Because they
No, they
enjoy
prefer
that.
it.
Yeah, exactly. They prefer it a lot. So that's why I sat there and I was like,
Yeah.
okay, that I mean, I was always teetering back and forth with it because I didn't know because it's not shown up really as strong throughout the
Yeah.
season as we thought it would, but it's because like things like After Sun, as you're going to talk about, Erik. That's a movie that has clearly gotten a lot of support, but then
Mhm.
I don't think it nearly got as much support as it could have with BAFTA today.
The
Right?
one thing
Absolutely
that
didn't.
the
Yeah.
one thing that holds me back from Triangle is that like since that initial wave of reactions when it got released, buzz has been
Dead.
non-existent.
Yeah. And now the
It-
buzz has kind of flipped to like After Sun, right, Erik?
I mean, timing is everything for all of this. So yeah, I mean, I do have the same top four. 5, I have After Sun, and 6, I have Triangle of Sadness, and I can flip flop those as easily and quickly as possible. And obviously, it depends on what my actor lineup looks like. But this could be a scenario where this is the only place that After Sun shows up
Yeah.
in just this category.
Makes sense, actually, to be honest with you.
It does. And Triangle has been such a weird.
Neon's year, man. They've had a weird year.
I can't. There's no track like to really keep for Triangle of Sadness from the Cannes Film Festival win to now. It doesn't make sense. Which both helps and kind of hurts Dolly De Leon
Mhm.
enormously.
Mhm.
But I did my predictions for all of both of these categories before BAFTA. The BAFTA 5 is what everyone's like locking in right now. I don't know. I'm gonna stick with at least with this podcast. I'm gonna
Mhm.
stick with After Sun, even though Triangle of Sadness makes more sense and is more likely to be a nominee later in the conversation.
Quick question before we move on from this category. What is number 8? Because we've talked about 6
Number
and 7.
8.
Well, no, number 7 is the menu, and number 8 for me is Elvis.
Oh.
And then Decision to
Oh
Leave.
yeah, I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah. Sorry, I jumped. I jumped the gun there on number 8.
It's the menu, which is which is
Yeah,
the
menu.
completes
Yeah.
the trilogy of Eat the Rich.
Yeah.
That's
Which
fair.
is the theme.
I would love it to be Nope, honestly. But
I love
I
Nope.
weirdly have Babylon ahead of Nope because
Gonna
I think
say.
the people who love that are really super duper passionate about it.
Yeah,
I
that's
get
true.
that. I think the one to spoil, if it's not Triangle of Sadness and After Sun, it could be Elvis because biopics and stuff there, and it's not a great script. I know it, but it's also like the choices are
Baz
limited
Luhrmann
for
has
that.
like 7 screenplay credits, and
Exactly, he
bless
gets
her
like
heart
6
for that.
Oscars. You know what I mean? No, but it's also like the 4 blocked in spots, I guess we can say, are so strong, and the rest, like, throw anything in there, let it stick to the wall kind of thing. You know what I mean?
That 5th spot's going to be really interesting, and the
Yeah.
best thing about it is that, I mean, if they do the traditional, alphabetizing the announcement.
We'll know right
It's either
away.
going to be After Sun
Yeah.
first or Banshees first. And if Banshees
What if it's
first,
Babylon?
then
Oh my
then
God.
Triangle is last. What did you say?
I said, what if it's Babylon?
I would laugh so hard.
I would die if Babylon was first.
Yeah.
I would die.
It would be wild. It would be wild. Yeah, no, for sure. Well, we'll see. I have
I'm
Triangle
trying
right now.
not to do a lot of hope dicting.
No, I know you're not.
because
I
do
mean, it
think
makes
number 5
sense.
spot
No, it
is
does, yeah.
We're
No,
not
it
we're not
absolutely
shaming
makes
you.
sense. Yeah.
There's a
it's-
lot of other things we can shame you for in this world. It's not this pick. Yeah.
It is absolutely my number 6. And like
Yeah.
to me, it really
Mine
is
too.
the only other option. It's either
Yeah.
going to be Triangle of Sadness or After Sun.
And I'm actually kind of shocked that After Sun is it, but because I just don't think of that movie's
Well, you know,
screenplay.
The thing
It's
about
also
After
such a
Sun-
small movie.
Yeah.
Like
That's the-
minuscule.
It's also like
it's the perfect nomination for this category.
no,
when-
it
when you
is.
What's Triangle of Sadness?
is
though?
like-
It absolutely, yeah.
And the movie is the most with the best. It's the best reviewed movie of the year, but they can't like put it anywhere else.
They just throw
This
it in
is where they put
screenplay.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just get real 8th grade vibes from After Sun.
Yeah.
And then and shouts for five. No, I'm just kidding. All
I
right.
can see it, Josh.
Yeah, it's like so much passion, but it's not guaranteed in all these categories.
see
It's
it.
so much a bubble contender, and it just
And
slips
the
through.
DGA first time winner. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the comparison.
Wow, Josh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And wow,
Oh, I
how
can see that.
Josh, how bold of you, right, to pick a Bo Burnham vehicle instead of Paul Mescal.
You know, I just, I don't know what I'm gonna do right now with myself, but I'm having
I was
some
thinking
feelings.
that too. Good God. All right. Well, while you're recovering, Erik, pull up your nominees for Best Supporting Actress because we're moving on. to
Oh,
that.
wow.
Oh, cool. Speaking of,
Speaking of,
I
I
hate
know.
you so much, right?
okay, I just
Oh,
did
you're coming up next.
That's
did
why
all
I
of this
hate
today.
you.
No, it's so I got I got so much shit for this today.
Well, I mean, yeah. What's different than this day and any other day, right?
Okay, so I always look at every year as like who gets everything and maybe has a
Mhm.
chance of missing at the end.
There's
This
multiple people that
Clockwork.
could
It
could
doesn't
get
happen
that.
all the time, but it does happen with a pace that's a little exceptional. So here's where I have. This is where I'm at. Angela Bassett, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, Carrie Condon, Banshees of Inisherin, Hung Chau, The Whale, Dolly De Leon, Triangle of Sadness, Stephanie Hsu, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
Mm-hmm.
That's where
Yeah.
I'm at.
Dan?
I have Angela Bassett, Carrie Condon, Hong Chow, Jamie Lee Curtis, and Stephanie Hsu. I BAFTA almost pushed me towards Dolly De Leon, but I don't know. Everything Everywhere is top tier Best Picture contender, and as much as I love Dolly in Triangle of Sadness, I can't say that she has like a scene that would make that like she owns the whole like third act of that movie, absolutely. But like where's like what's the Oscar clip? Where's the baitiness of it? I think it's a case where if
The
she does
Rock.
get in, they're more
No, not
voting
even The
for-
Rock. The cooking of the octopus. It's such a.
I
she literally
love it.
It's like a Barkhad Abdi. I'm the captain now.
I love it. But the only place she got it was BAFTA.
She got the Globe.
And
Yeah,
Globe.
Oh, right, she got the Globe.
That was the harder one.
Sorry, I don't count the Globes. But the Globes, they're their own thing, especially this year. I just feel like when it comes down to it, Jamie Lee Curtis is having a moment.
Yeah.
And that
Yeah.
the Academy likes that more than they like giving awards to a character actress they've never heard of before.
Okay.
Hmm.
Josh?
I have Angela Bassett, Carrie Condon, Jamie Lee Curtis, Hong Chow, and I do have Dolly De Leon.
Yeah.
I
Sophia?
do think that if she replaces someone, it is more likely that she replaces Stephanie Hsu
Yeah.
than Jamie Lee Curtis,
Sophia?
even though it shouldn't be that way.
No, but that will be the way it just happens.
Yeah. Dolly is my number 6, just to be clear.
And Stephanie's my number 6.
Yeah.
And Curtis is my 6, so
Mm.
we're all in the same boat essentially. Just not the one that's fucking Harris Dickinson.
All right.
Oh, God damn
Thank
it.
you.
Talk about a triangle of sadness. All right. Anyway. Sophia.
Okay. I have Carrie Condon, Angela Bassett, Jamie Lee Curtis, Hong Chow, and Dolly De Leon.
I think you, me, and Josh have the same
Yeah.
5.
But
Correct. Here we go.
hold on. I am here to say right now, unfortunately, that the only person I am 100% confident in is Carrie Condon.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
there is
that's
a
fair.
thing, there's a thing in the back of my mind that says, I love Angela Bassett. Angela Bassett should have Holly Hunter's Best Actress Oscar, but it's a Marvel movie.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what
And
I've been saying for days.
There's something there. It's just like I don't know if her career and the awards so far and the performance is enough to overcome the Marvel bias and the fact that it's a sequel that is not going to perform as well with nominations as the first one.
I would
That
have
scares
said
me.
I would have said that if she hadn't gotten BAFTA.
But she could also be the person that misses.
No, for me, once she got the BAFTA nomination,
I don't-
combined with the 2 incredible televised speeches she's just given, I think she's
Were they?
very
Wait,
safe.
including the one that you don't count, Dan?
I don't count it for nominations. I don't count it for nominations, but that was a televised moment that has gone, it's
I'm
made
just
the rounds
disappointed too.
online.
I don't know
I
if I don't know if I count the other one either. Like 6 people watched it.
There's also though, like Erik, you said it first, but I almost took Jamie Lee Curtis out earlier today. There's just something about this that just feels like the one that hits all of the precursors and then misses for
They
some
both
reason
do.
because the performance itself is not.
There's not much
Weird.
there.
Talk
Yeah.
about not having a scene,
Like
you know.
I mean,
said,
she does,
She
but-
has less, but here's the thing: she has less screen time than James Hong. Like literally less screen time, minutes and percentage. She clearly has an impact, though.
Mhm.
The part that she has,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that scene with
It's
when she
kind
teaches
of
Michelle how to
undeniable.
vape.
I get
is,
it. I
yeah.
understand it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think the thing about it is Sophia's absolutely right. This is the most unpredictable category of the acting categories because it is.
I don't necessarily agree
Oh,
with
I
that.
think
It
so.
could just be these 5 and that's
Could
it.
be.
Or
It could be.
anything.
It could be we'd be overthinking this, but
No,
there's more. There are more locks in other categories than I believe we have in this category. This is more of a fluid category. There are other people that we can miss. This is clearly a case where like Erik thinks that like maybe Jamie Lee Curtis could be the one that gets all the nominations and miss. And then, then of
This
course
is the only category I'm really doing that with, though.
I understand that. And then Sophia brought up like there is Marvel bias. We've never had a Marvel film have an acting nom before. And I get it's from this film and I get that there's a narrative and everything around it too, but also too, it feels as if that's still not like making me super confident that she's going to A, win it, and B, that and that she's safe, because I have to see. It's kind of like Ledger, I guess, in a way. You got to see a DC character get nominated in order for us to start believing in it. And there is a bias towards not necessarily Marvel films, but this is the same film franchise, I guess, that had people pushing Robert Downey Jr. or pushing Michael B. Jordan before, and none of those landed. Now, granted, she's landing now, but I mean, there's also the precedent too of, and this is something we could talk about later, or we could talk about it right now. Some people are predicting the crazy cray to happen again, just like in 2020, and Michelle Williams lands somebody's an Oscar nomination right in this category. So we could talk about it.
No.
Calm down, Clayton.
I'm saying it's not just him. There are other people that are doing it too. Everyone has that feeling about that because of the fact that
way too late to change course like that. Way too late when they tried to do that. No,
I'm just saying,
not happening.
I'm just
It's
saying,
not
I don't
happening.
think that everybody,
And
I don't think everyone is
agree
locked
with-
up in this category.
I agree with everything that you're saying about Angela Bassett. And again, I say, if she was going to miss at Oscar, she would have missed at BAFTA. They're snobbier about superhero movies than the Academy has ever been.
And here's a whole nother aspect of this, and we're only at the nomination stage, obviously, but if you want to look at trends or anything like that, this is a category where the supporting actress winner is the only winner from her film. So who's that going to be? Because it's going to be Bassett or De Leon if you're predicting them. It won't be Shu. All right, maybe Chow, unless you're I don't know.
What about Carrie Condon?
Okay, there we go. There's the
Maybe.
conversation. Is Condon the winner almost by default because she's the easiest pick?
Well, and she'll also be
It
in
makes
the
a
most.
lot of sense.
She'll also be in the
But
most
she
nominated.
hasn't won anything yet.
But she's also been. She'll be in the most likely the most nominated film of the morning, or one of the most nominated films of the morning. And depending on the conversation we have later, she'll be in a Best Picture nominee.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing too. Is
Yeah,
she'll be she's definitely in a Best Picture nominee.
it's a lot to look at.
Yeah,
It's a lot to look
it really
at.
is. It really is. Okay, Dan. All that said, supporting actor goes to you.
I hate you.
Well,
I
you
hate
know what?
you for this
Just
category.
agree with me, and maybe I would have given it to somebody
love
else.
this category because
I hate this
it doesn't
category.
matter
'cause
after number one.
Yeah, it really doesn't.
That's
talk
true.
about a category not.
That's
yeah.
very true. That is
Yeah.
very true. However, like what after the top three, I'm like,
It's kind of exciting, though.
I
I
love that
love
it's
it.
exciting, but that's why I think like this is the most like sure. I mean, yeah, we all had different people in supporting actress, but like it was all around the same few people. This one, I feel like after those top three, it opens up to so many anyway.
Mhm.
I have Kiwi Kwan for Everything Everywhere All at Once, who's at this point obviously winning this category, and I could not be happier. Then I have Brendan Gleeson and Barry Keoghan from the Banshees of Inisherin. And then after that, God. Right now, I have Brad Pitt for Babylon, and in a bit of a shocker, Ben Whishaw from Women Talking.
Oh God, Dan, you can't do this to me.
Because
You cannot do this to me.
because
Thank
I'm
goodness.
sorry, like them giving the only acting nomination from Women Talking to
makes
the
sense.
one man is so typical, and just like it pushes every cynical button in my body. And also like I'm sorry, I can't see any of the Fabelmans guys getting in here. I just don't. I can't. I just don't see it. And then that leaves me with what? I'm not saying Eddie Redmayne is doing this. I'm not pushing that here.
I mean, I might.
I'm not pushing that. No, Erik, no,
Mhm.
no.
All right.
Oh,
well, while
God.
you marinate on that, Josh, what do you got?
Dan, I will never forgive you.
It's a podcast we started as friends, and now we're all mortal enemies.
I'm
Yeah.
so sorry, John.
Okay. Well, yes, I agree about those top three. I think that's pretty undeniable. I am also going with Brad Pitt. I wasn't before the Globes, but seeing how literally everybody on that stage said how much they loved him, it's like
It's
no matter what you
wild.
think about his personal life and what he's going through, clearly the industry just loves that man. And I think that he's going to get in. And for the last spot, I I am going to go with Paul Dano. I'm betting that Eddie Redmayne is going to be the one who shows up everywhere and just misses. Part of that is a little wishful thinking, but I also just think that the other part is that's really the only thing that movie's going for. And usually when we get those misses of people that show up everywhere and then don't get the Oscar nomination, it's because that's the only nomination their movie is really in contention for. And so it's easy to be like, you're not really thinking about it because there's movies with other categories. So he is my number 6, but I'm betting that SAG nominee Paul Dano is going to round out the 5.
Okay. Sophia?
I have the same 5 as Josh. I had Eddie Redmayne in earlier when I saw that he got the BAFTA nomination too. I was like, oh, maybe he's different than, Ben Affleck in The Tender Bar or Jared Leto in The Little Things, this sort of like person who gets the precursors and then
Well, he didn't get
that
CCA.
Oscar. I don't count CCA, but I just
A lot of people
usually.
not counting.
I don't count the Globes. You don't count
We're not
CCA.
counting a lot
We
of
just
things.
don't count these precursors. And this year,
We make our own rules and pretend what we want to count.
I'm just sitting there. I'm like, what is
Eric
real?
is sitting here like, how dare you all? We are Awards Watch. How dare you discount an
I
award?
love it.
I think, Paul Dano, the top 3 we can agree on.
Mhm.
Paul Dano is my 5. Brad Pitt, it's truly giving me like J.K. Simmons appearing last year, where it's just like, I tried coming up with all of these other people to put in that position. And ultimately it was just what was in front of me in a way the entire time that I didn't want to admit could happen there. And I think and with Brad Pitt, it is a similar role that he's had before, but it's a performance that he has a number of scenes in the movie that I think stick with you watching it. And they just love him. Nothing matters to these people when it comes to personal lives. It really doesn't. I think I always need to remember that.
They nominated Mel
Some
Gibson.
things, but
It doesn't matter
it's-
anymore.
It takes a lot. It takes a lot. So
Yeah.
I have those, but I might bump in Eddie Redmayne for Paul Dano at the last minute. I don't know.
So
Paul Dano is just overdue for his first nomination.
It's so weird because Eddie Redmayne has like the showiest clip of anyone in this category, but also the worst clip.
So bad.
It's the worst.
It's it's
And
bad.
that's what's getting him nominated, which is
Yeah,
even greater
that's the
insult.
crazy thing.
So I have the same 5 as you and Josh, Sophia. I think I have obviously Key and Brendan and Barry and Paul Dano and Brad Pitt. The reason why I have Brad Pitt is because like I think that movie will walk away with 1 acting nomination after it being nominated for SAG Ensemble and having a big day at Globes and whatnot. I just think of also too, if Eddie Redmayne gets in, it's because of Eddie Redmayne. It's not necessarily the performance. He's not, to me, the same sense of Jared Leto, because there are people in the industry that truly do not like Jared Leto. Eddie Redmayne is, for lack of whatever you want to call him, like people like him. He's a very nice person, and he's just make better selections with roles. But that's beside the point. Like
He is campaigning for this too.
Yeah, he is campaigning.
hard,
I mean, he
yeah.
took photos with one of us here.
No.
But no, I think that you guys are kind of right from the sense of like, okay, I thought about Eddie Redmayne today. I thought about Judd Hirsch, but I don't think they're going to at all do the double Fabelmans, double Banshees like we thought about. And if anyone's getting nominated from the Fabelmans, it's Dano. It's not Judd Hirsch because he's not shown up anywhere at all.
I mean, I could still see it
Yeah.
happening, but to me, it's either Dano or Hirsch. It's not going to be.
Yeah, but I lean more towards Dano because he has more in the film and everything. I mean, someone that I thought about was Brian Tyree Henry as well, because he's
I wish.
because he's kind of just like been right. He's right number 6, right, Eric? And it's the one where you're just like, that is an actor who's sneaky and also overdue and works with a lot of people in the industry, and really Jennifer Lawrence, she was kind of pushing him all season more than she was pushing herself, which was great. There is the Ben Whishaw of it all. It goes back to what we said at Telluride. Eric and I were like, Wouldn't it be funny if the only nomination for this movie for women talking came from the male nominee, and they've done that many times before in history? And
I refuse to believe this last minute hope, though. I pushing it out of my mind.
No, I agree, Josh, because like that movie has just not shown up anywhere with acting, which is crazy because that movie is made for actors.
Except for SAG Ensemble.
I
almost hate that nomination.
Yeah,
it's almost like a petty nomination at this point.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
And really, like the SAG Ensemble is why I have him in.
That makes sense, but also too, like if you were going to do that, then like I think then maybe Buckley would get a boost out of anyone out of that because she's actually got nominated in a residual nomination from last year to this year, but I doubt it. And that category, I think, is a little bit more. It's got more spots. I think that you could find your way into at the last second rather than in this category. And yet that's not going to happen. And I just don't see the push also for Ben Whishaw to get a nomination for that film. So it's Pitt, weirdly enough. And he does. And like Sophia said, it's kind of very showy. He's also pushing like 2 other films, Women Talking and Blonde, as a producer. And then he's got this. He's everywhere. And yeah, the Globes, they couldn't just like, no, I get it. But it's also like, he's damn if anyone in their publicists, the next day were like, you shouldn't have probably said his name, but then behind closed doors, they're going to vote for him because he's Brad Pitt.
He's Mr. Hollywood.
They can't help themselves.
Everybody on that Golden Globe stage was shouting him out.
Everybody.
Kind of insane to me. And
he was
they had him right in the front.
He was like it was the Jack Nicholson, Meryl Streep spot.
Yep.
Well, I was going to say this sort of reminds me of like a Jack Nicholson supporting actor nomination that they would just give him.
Yeah. And then he's sitting right there in center stage for the Oscars.
Laughing at all the jokes. Yeah. He is
wearing sunglasses Erik.
Mm-hmm.
The Globes thing was really funny because it was funny to watch a lot of the like little Twitter know nothings that were just like, oh, his publicist team is working really like overtime now with all of this script tonight. I'm like, I mean, okay, sure, but you just don't know what you're talking about. But to your point, yes, that was like very much. I love the Jack Nicholson comparison because it sort of starts to feel like that you are the mascot, which is a little different than I don't know, than being a respected actor.
Yeah,
I happen to like him more in Babylon than in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I think it's a better performance. I think it's a better role. And I think it's better written. I like it better. I'm sorry. I think it's more interesting because I think I
can get down with that.
I think it's more to the point earlier about what voters might respond to. There's a lot of him in that role, like literally written into that role. It's him in a lot of ways.
He is the best written character in the film.
I was talking to friend of the show, Kevin Jacobson, about this, about his Babylon role. And we both agreed that like if Brad Pitt were to announce tomorrow that he is retiring from acting, that actually would be a good last role for him, because it is sort of that like career wrap up for him. And he has that scene with Jean Smart near the end. I don't know.
It's great.
And it's so funny because that scene, she has like the most written part of that, but he's so much better.
He's commanding. He's got that commanding.
Hers is overwritten.
It's so overwritten. Oh my god!
It's like
he said, "I want
the nose." How about would you like to be the nose?
It's
a bit much. It's a bit
not
much.
a bad.
Damien Chazelle saw F. Murray Abraham's cameo in Inside Llewyn Davis, and he said, "I want more."
To all of that, I don't know. Maybe I'll be like moving my stuff around because I mean, obviously, I've had Brad Pitt in my top 5 for the majority of the year, and then with everything that's happened, I have the same top 3 as everybody else. But I chose a little bit of violence, and I am doing Eddie Redmayne and Paul Dano here.
Ooh.
But I do have Brian Tyree Henry as my number 6 as of spoiler, and Brad Pitt as number 7. I think that has a lot more movement than just like talking myself into it.
Yeah, but that I'm telling you, that Brian Tyree Henry.
But here's the funny thing.
Love it. But...
all the arguments that I can make about Jamie Lee Curtis missing are the arguments that I should be making about Eddie Redmayne missing.
That's who I'm making the
that's
arguments for this year.
That's what I'm doing.
The previous winners that hit most, or all of the precursors, are the ones that tend to miss more than the newcomers do. Tilda Swinton, Emma Thompson, Tom Hanks. These are all people that are already proved Academy winners and favorites, and they're the ones that miss.
Yeah, so then they can bring in the new.
Who I should be picking to miss here.
Yeah, no, for sure. All right. Josh, best actor.
Best actor. Okay. All right. I also made waves on the MVP podcast for this one too. So
there we go.
All right. Well, I am going to assume that we all probably have the same top 4.
Correct.
Which is Butler, Farrell, Fraser, and Nye.
Yeah, that's correct.
I'm going to assume that. And it is absolutely the last spot that is just driving us all kind of crazy right now.
Yep.
And I've gone back and forth a lot. I said this before, and throughout the week, I've still been thinking about it, and I haven't really budged from it, but I welcome people trying to convince me otherwise. I'm saying Hugh Jackman.
Josh, I'm there with you. And the only thing that is like holding me off from like being solidly saying like it's definitely Hugh Jackman is that because of The Music Man on Broadway, he's not been doing the Hugh Jackman thing and getting out and campaigning and glad handing and being the charming Hugh Jackman that gets nominated at every place he can.
That's true. But I also feel like because this last spot is just so spread out and all over the place, I just feel like there will be an incentive to just fall back on something familiar. So even though he
completely agree
is not out there campaigning, he is still an Oscar nominee. He's still very well respected and liked in that industry. And like, look, I know that The Sun is not a movie that a lot of people like, but it does have some very passionate supporters on it. And it's still SPC. And I could absolutely see them saying like, yes, Living is our main contender, but hey, here's The Sun too. So
I worry that them changing the release strategy with The Sun kind of also ruined it for him. But on the other hand, like it's so many, not just years, but decades since we have gotten a lead actor category that has been all non-previous nominees, which means that if you're looking at this field, that is Hugh Jackman or Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
And neither, like Hugh Jackman has done better than Tom Cruise.
And I just can't bring myself to think that the acting branch is going to be that cool to nominate Mescal. I just can't do it.
Yeah, I completely agree. Agree.
I would love it. It would be a great nomination, but I am being very, very cynical right now and thinking that they are going to default to somebody in a movie that a lot of people don't like. Everybody's going to say, how did this happen? But it's because it's Hugh Jackman. They know him. And in the absence of anything else, they just will fall back on that.
Yeah. Sophia, what do you have in the final spot? Because I think we all, I agree, Josh. We all have the same Ford, Nye, Butler, Fraser, and Farrell. So it's all about the final spot for all of us. So what do you have in there, Sophia?
Yeah, I had this grand dream that one day After Sun was going to be like Beasts of the Southern Wild, and we were going to get this like crazy surge near the end.
Oh, and she gets like director
director and picture and everything like that. And Paul would be the Quinvention Wallace, like that actor nom. Well, that has changed, unfortunately, because it didn't get into PGA and the BAFTA performance and everything. So I don't trust the actors branch. And if Paul Mescal gets in, I want to be thrilled and happy and surprised, and I will be if this happens. But my cynical brain says it's Hugh Jackman in The Son, because even though they messed up the release date, he is a known entity. He also, what was weird was during the week of voting, I noticed that a couple of celebrities and actors specifically were talking about his performance in the movie. Yes, Isabelle Huppert has worked with Florian Zeller before, but her calling the movie extraordinary and his performance great, like, yes, she's doing whatever she wants. She probably didn't even like it, but that is something.
She didn't even see it.
She was held at gunpoint.
No, she didn't see it.
She got the Andrea Riseborough to Leslie email and said, who is this woman? I do not
for
care.
the son. It's for
I do
the
not
son.
care.
Just
Yeah.
remember she was in EO.
So I have Hugh Jackman at 5, and I actually have Tom Hanks in A Man Called Otto
Holy
at
shit.
6.
I've been toying with that too.
Because that movie is also doing sneaky good
Yeah.
business.
He's been everywhere too.
He's been everywhere. He's also
Everything.
in Elvis. So it just would be
Yeah.
that weird Academy thing where, like, if this spot is open and anyone can take it, to the point where Adam Sandler got nominated at SAG, like, anything can happen.
Anything
so
can happen.
I have Hugh right now, but I can honestly see it being Tom
The
Hanks.
Sandler thing made so much sense after the fact because they were
They've been
pushing that
yeah.
with SAG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ooh.
SAG
But
targeted
makes sense it's
screenings and
SAG.
everything. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a
exactly.
SAG move. I don't know how much it translates over. I
And I
don't
don't
think
think
it
I
it
will.
don't think it
Tom
translates
Cruise-
at all.
No. And Tom Cruise isn't happening. Like, that would have
No,
happened
that's-
somewhere
that
else.
Yeah,
was-
it would have somewhere would have done it.
No,
Yeah.
SAG
that's
would've
not.
done it.
What
That's not
happened at
happening.
SAG?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would have. Yeah, that would have totally happened at SAG. Also, like, I can't wait for the Hollywood Reporter to predict Gabriel LaBelle, just like they did Jude Hill. That'll totally be what they do for the
Oh,
5
he's way
spot.
too old.
I know it's way too old, but they'll try. They'll say when he shot it, he was underage. I think you guys are right. We've sort of been toying back and forth. Actually, like, if someone is going to, my 6 actually isn't Paul Mescal. I don't have him at number 6. The thing about it is it's too many A24 movies, and it's also very niche, and it has underperformed, and it has not performed over. I know, Erik, I know it's your favorite movie. I'm not trying to dog on it.
No, that was totally an involuntary response.
Yeah. But I think something like, I know it's another A24 film, but he has a Globe nomination on a televised event, and he had that Jeremy Pope, like, with Ryan Murphy going up there and saying that, like, he's a future Oscar nominee, so vote for him. God damn it, you know what I mean? And so I
don't think people are watching The Inspection though.
No,
No.
I mean, they might not be watching The Sun either, but they at least know who Hugh Jackman is.
Yeah.
No, that's fair, and that's the only reason why I'm predicting Hugh Jackman, because of the fact that, like, you don't even have to see the film. You can just be like, oh, Hugh Jackman, I've heard he's good in that. Because people are, dumb and don't see all these things. So they go, yeah, I can go for that. Because they're also, the thing about Tom Cruise is they would nominate him, but it feels like an action film bias towards that kind of performance. Plus also his baggage and everything.
Sometimes the bias is correct.
Yeah, well, it's not a bad performance given
it is a big movie star
given the
performance
parameters of it.
Yeah.
Given like this type of film that it is, it's way
It's
better
fine,
than what it
but
would
this
be.
does not need an Oscar nomination.
No, it does not need an
No.
Oscar nomination though. But like you look at it, like Diego Calva's it's not going to happen. Sandler, and then like, what if they love All Quiet on the Western Front? They're going to nominate the actor. He couldn't even get into BAFTA.
He was literally the only thing about that
He was
movie
the only
That didn't get in. Yeah.
The only thing that did not get in from the 15 shortlist mentions was him.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Insane.
So I mean, and then you start going down the list, and by the time you get, because I'm just looking at like Gold Derby's list, because there is Kemmerer, and then there's Chalamet for Bones and All, not happening. Daniel Kaluuya for Nope, not happening. Adam Driver for White Noise, would love it, but not going to happen. Daniel Craig for Glass Onion, not going to happen. Song Kang Ho for Broker, not going to happen. And then there's all the way down at 100 to 1 odds is Tom Hanks. And as much as he's like
That's
been,
I might
Stupid.
take him.
yeah,
That's
I mean,
stupid.
it's wild. No, because Jackman's 100-1 odd too. On
Also
there.
stupid.
Yeah, like
Also so stupid.
Calva
That's
has
stupid.
Calva, Cruz, and Maskell have better odds than Hugh Jackman right now. And
I mean,
I don't buy that. I don't think I have to believe. It's one of those things I have to see Paul Mescal get the Oscar nomination in order to believe it, because
that After Sun, as much as the original screenplay nomination feels like something that it really could happen, that feels like there is a lot of precedent for that kind of movie getting in there, the writer's branch is also much more discerning than the acting branch, and Mescal really feels like just an internet and British thing.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he didn't even pull like a SAG nomination out when Normal People came out for that TV performance. Like SAG clearly didn't even go for him at all.
whatever.
And
Yeah,
BAFTA
and
winner
honest-
for that.
honestly,
BAFTA.
and honestly, like it really is just like the Normal People performance, except like he's the sole focus. Like,
yeah, I mean, like, well, and that's the thing is, it's like everyone. I saw some late breaking things, changes for BAFTA picks, and they were like, "Oh, Colin Farrell could miss," and then it's Paul Mescal. So I was like, "No, Colin Farrell's in." Like Mescal getting in there is
One
like
fucking idiot said that.
there were one idiot says it, and then a bunch of people start saying it. It's
That's
you know
all it takes is
True.
one idiot.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. And
Mhm.
so
Same
I
thing
just
with things like Tom Hanks.
yeah, or Tom
An idiot.
Cruise. You know what I mean?
One
You know?
idiot.
It's really just, I think we're overthinking it. Sometimes we just overthink it with this category. But yet, Erik, tell us why you have Paul Mescal at 5.
Wow. Spoiler alert.
Tell us the other reason.
Yeah,
Okay.
tell us the other reason.
Yeah,
All right.
tell us the other reason besides
Okay,
his dreamy eyes.
All right, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Because I did not have Paul Mescal in at all. As of last month, my top 5 were Fraser, Farrell, Butler, Nye, and Jackman,
Mhm.
which had basically been my top 5 for months and months and months. And that was even after I saw The Sun, which is the worst movie of 2022. It
So
is
bad.
absolute garbage.
So
It is
bad.
horrible.
It's up there.
But I also know that I am not an Academy voter, and they can, have their Francis Fishers and all of their people that are like, this is the greatest performance I've ever seen.
So brave.
It's wonderful. It's so spectacular. Whatever. Each. So the navigation between December and mid-January that we are now was not far,
Mhm.
but I did wish and hope that After Sun was going to have a much better BAFTA performance than it did. And if it did have like a huge performance, like, I don't know, fucking screenplay and director,
Mhm.
we should be having the conversation that Mescal is an easy top 5.
Mhm.
He's not an easy top 5 in this. But I have him in my top 5.
Yeah.
Even though I get and I understand that Jackman and Hanks and even Cruz make a whole lot more sense, because this is something that I've been like fighting literally every year in this category, because it is an 88-year long streak of returning nominees coming to this category. 1934 or whatever the fuck it is. And then last year, I used all of that history to, say, no, Coda can't win. It's going to be Power of the Dog, because history is not going to, get rid of 84 years to do this. And it did. And then, I felt like the old fucking librarian that was just like, be quiet, you kids, or whatever the fuck it is. And I was just like,
Want to see the glasses.
I'm not wearing the glasses tonight. But I was just like, at what point am I gonna be like, okay, I need to stop like obsessing over 80 plus years of stats and look at something that is possible and in this new era and might happen.
I think stats for the wins are different than stats for the nominations because wins are so
But
much
not in this
more
time.
about there's so much more about the narrative building momentum.
No, this
And
is specifically about this category though.
I
It's been
sure
88 years.
I remember
Yeah.
getting in trouble in this category last year because I went with a stat and I put Peter Dinklage in because
first
of
time
that
nominee,
stat,
yeah.
where I was like,
Yeah.
oh, I need a first time nominee here.
Yeah.
I can't have all of the
Mhm.
old veterans here. And look what happened.
It just kind of
Like,
balances it out.
and this is
Last
going to
year,
be the balance out. Yeah.
well, I think
Yeah.
I think ultimately, and I agree with you, Eric, because I think, I mean, we're obviously it's going to feel like it's Jackman or Mescal at this point, and somebody else would, or maybe it's Sandler or somebody. It's going to be wild. Whoever is in that fifth pick, we're all gonna go, oh wow, that's weird.
No,
but
there's not going to be any of that.
no, but like no, I think all of us would be like, wow, that was the fifth, or yeah, of course that was the fifth. Because,
Daniel
like, you know,
Jimenez Cancho for Bardo.
cool. But I think that, you know, some of us, I mean, it is a wild stat that we have not had something like this happen before. And all the stars really lined up because, you know, we had films that sort of dropped out of the race that, I mean, if something like Killers of the Flower Moon hadn't moved, you could easily have put Leonardo DiCaprio most likely in this category. And then we're over. We can move on from this category, not have to talk about it. Or if there were some other films that had been released that it was a different schedule, like everything changes and every year is different. And I think that that's ultimately what it's going to be. It's just like we hold on to these stats, but this is it's showing every year they're getting broken because this is becoming a newer and newer academy, and they're creating their own rules that are different every single year. And you kind of just go with the flow. So I read your piece about it, Eric, and it's like, do I go with the stats or do I go with, you know, just kind of what I'm feeling? And I think to go with kind of what you're feeling and kind of how that way, I don't think you're wrong that way. I think going with the stats are bad either.
I went with the opposite of the stats. That was the whole point.
Yeah.
Is I did this whole thing of like, here's all the reasons why Mescal will not get in.
But
and then
yeah.
I ended up with like, you know what? Last year I stuck with stats and it was a mistake. So let's do something different.
He could absolutely get in. My
It could
resistance
happen,
is just more so that I just feel like that movie is still small.
Yeah.
And I feel like
Yes.
there is passion
So-
behind it, but I don't know how widespread that passion actually
Again,
is.
I think
amongst the
yeah.
academy.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think also too, it's like I get A24 had like 900 films come out, but man, they're gonna get like everything in that they want. Like, you know, like
They're gonna go from like the Moonlight year to like an absolute drought
to
a
then
year where they
dominating.
have like maybe 3 of the 4 acting winners. What the fuck?
Most likely it'll be 2, but yeah, but possibly
Different
3.
conversation.
They're doing.
Yeah, different
They're gonna do
Up to 3
well this year.
At least,
Yeah.
But,
up
all
to
right,
3, at least
to
1.
all of this,
Yeah.
my actual list: Fraser, Butler, Farrell, Nye, Mescal, and then it's Hanks, Cruz, Jackman.
See, it's the 3 nominees.
But
Previous nominees won
all
it.
of the Jackman conversation makes so much sense. I get it, 100%.
It's also, wouldn't you love to see it?
Oh, I would so love to see that happen. So
I just
much.
can't be
It would be.
happy
It would
with
actually
acting
be like.
nomination.
It would be so bad if like that beats out Paul Mescal. Like,
No.
I do
Listen,
kind of want to
listen.
see the Oscar clip though.
yeah.
Jackman.
Why haven't
getting
you gone to
in-
school?
Jackman getting in over like Zen McGrath getting in literally over anyone would be okay with me.
Yeah, it's not. It's not.
I would
the least of
rather
the problems.
see. I would rather see Eddie Redmayne's "I Can't" speech for 95 minutes and 30 seconds of anything that Zen McGrath does in The Sun.
This episode is brought to you by Sony Picture Classics The Sun.
Now in theaters.
Now in theaters. For
Oh,
best,
It's
best
finally
youth.
in theaters.
Yeah, best youth
Just in time for
performance.
nominations.
Yeah, best youth performance, FYC. It's in McGrath. Eric Anderson calls it atrocious.
A
All right.
performance.
A performance.
A performance. All right, let's do it. I know this show's going on long enough, but let's do it. It's the big one. Sophia, best actress. Let's
Well,
do
you
it.
see, Ryan, time is the thing.
There we go.
I have Kate Blanchett at number 1. Then I
Yep.
have Michelle Yeoh, Ana de Armas, Viola Davis, and Danielle Deadweiler.
Thank you.
I went with her. I wasn't going to. I was going to put Michelle Williams in, and then I just thought, who is going to get number 1 votes? And I picked Danielle.
Yeah, I have the same 5 as you. It is the strongest 6 on the board for me is Michelle Williams, and it's only because she's in a Best Picture frontrunner. She is a previous nominee. This is also would be historic because usually we don't have the category be dominant of women of color. So that would be very big of the Academy to kind of do that as well. Also, too, depending on who you are, Woman King and Till would, and maybe even if it doesn't land the makeup nomination, Blonde could be single nominees for their films. Michelle Williams is clearly not going to be a single nominee for her film. So that plays for her advantage to get in, but there is that teetering stuff and all of our suspicion of, is she going to go to supporting? Is she going to go to lead? And they may have split enough votes so that she doesn't get into both or either. And that's clearly not the case for Danielle Deadweiler. The hurdle for me was not SAG. It was BAFTA for Danielle Deadweiler. When she got in there, I said to myself, okay, she's either, because she didn't get Globe, so they're either gonna not give, because I think Viola's in. I've said for a while, I think that she's in. I think the best way to reward that film is Viola Davis, who's put her heart and soul into getting that thing made. Previous winner. And also too, when Viola Davis misses things, that's when she misses Oscar nominations. When she lands everything, she lands Oscar nominations. Look at The Help. Look at Doubt. Look at. She's landed everything so far, and that would be all the precursors leading up to the eventual Oscar nomination. Ma Rainey. Besides the fact that she didn't get BAFTA, but Fences, definitely that. So I think she's in. Obviously, Michelle Yeoh and Kate. Those are the two competing for the win, and De Armas. Surprisingly enough, she's the 4. So it came down to just Danielle and Michelle Williams. I can't believe that we're in a world where Michelle Williams is now not going to most likely be an Oscar nominee, because we went from her winning the damn category in supporting actress to now missing it, in my opinion. But I mean, it is what it is, and that's the big. Once again, that'll be the big snub for the Fabelmans and the big miss. I think it'll be that. So, yeah, Eric.
Gross, but the same.
Yeah.
I have the same top 5, and Michelle Williams is my
6.
number 6. Just kidding. Actually, Andrea Riseborough is my number 1.
Shut the fuck up.
Obviously, she's winning the Oscar.
This episode now brought to you by To Leslie.
This episode is brought to you by Francis Fisher. Yeah.
This is the most Francis Fisher's been ever pushed on a podcast.
I hope we devote a respectable amount of time to Riseborough and this situation, because it deserves a lot of conversation.
I think that's a whole podcast for how that they've.
About the indie spirits.
Let's do it in a bit, but we have to talk about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have Blanchett, Yeoh, Davis, De Armas, and Deadweiler
in that order.
Weirdly, even again with Davis at number 3, feels like the most maybe.
I know, I'm not there.
Eric, I have her out.
Yeah, I get it. I
have her out, and the thing is, I went back.
It'll be so savage.
She gets in when her film is getting in for Best Picture.
Except for Ma Rainey. But
Ma
yeah.
Except for Ma Rainey, but if
And
if that
Doubt.
was a year of 10,
And Doubt.
if either of those years were years of 10,
And
they
she
would have
won
Best
gotten
Picture
SAG.
contender.
they would have
Yeah.
gotten in. And The Woman King has done well for itself, but not nearly well enough where it's definitely getting in picture.
But it's done well
I think
just
she's
for
done
her.
well enough for
and-
herself.
well,
That
but
she
that's-
gets in.
Yeah.
But that's the
That's
thing,
the
is
point.
that there's always
Yeah.
one person who lands absolutely everywhere,
Not in every category.
doesn't
though,
make
man.
it.
Not in every
doesn't
category.
make it. And I'm telling you, that's the feeling that I get with that performance, is that she is the person who lands absolutely everywhere and is the shocking snub on Oscar morning.
So we've been talking like over the last, I don't know, maybe 6 months, that Olivia Colman has entered her like Meryl Streep
Fuck, she's
territory.
right there.
And
When-
yet,
When the reality is that Viola Davis is entering her Meryl Streep territory.
potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
I mean, she's Viola Davis, for
pity
Christ's
about
sake.
pity about poor widows,
clear,
and
that
you know,
is not
Lila
to
and Eve.
Yeah,
Fair,
but
but,
Widows
you know.
Widows totally flopped though. Like
That was a
throughout-
genre film.
That's what I'm
too,
saying.
that's
Like Poor Widows, like it just went
Yeah.
completely bottoms
Yeah.
up.
But I
no,
don't
That's
think
the-
the Woman King is like that.
no.
I think it's still. I mean, yeah.
But it's
Like
close.
I mean, how many nominations do you have it for?
It's-
One or
I mean,
Two.
like
I have it for 2, but that's more than I have for Till.
yeah,
Yeah.
but
Well,
Well,
again,
what the hell's
like,
she gonna
but,
carry with her?
But like
You know?
Ryan said, like Danielle Deadweiler getting in at BAFTA. That
No,
was
I
all
agree with it,
needed
but
to
it
see
also-
to get,
I
for
ha-
her to get in there.
But I also have
I
her
think
at
that the
5.
last-
You know what
I think
mean?
the last slot is really between Davis and Williams. That's where
that's
I'm
fair.
at,
I think it's fair.
and I think Williams ekes it out just barely.
I did a oh my god. I did it. This was the toughest like acting write-up that I did for any of the categories. Because when I started really looking at De Armas, it was about how voters respond to actresses versus actors,
Mhm.
and actors being heroes of their story and actresses being victims of their story and having to
Mhm.
overcome. And it's a really, really big narrative. And a narrative inside that is the physical sexual assault that
Mhm.
women have to go through to earn this Best Actress nomination in a way that, you know, their male counterparts don't have to at all.
Mhm.
And it was, I kept getting into it more and more, and I had to keep cutting back and back because it's totally its own piece and article with how the Academy and how the Actors Branch responds to women in stories like this. Whether it's, I kept coming back more than anything at all to Rooney Mara in The Girl with the
Dragon Tattoo. Yeah, I think we.
and I
yeah.
actually rewatched that recently because I think I actually
Disgusting.
rewatch it every Christmas.
It's the feel bad
because
movie
it's
of
a-
the holidays.
it's
Yeah,
An absolute masterpiece of a movie.
it's great.
But
Mm.
I keep I keep coming back to that movie, that nomination,
Mhm.
as this sort of, not a celebration, but you went through this and we're going to
Mhm.
celebrate you.
Yeah.
It's what Colin Farrell said on stage at the Golden Globes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like, you made me
and-
cry.
Yeah, and again, like
He was trying to get some digits too.
the Academy
Yeah.
is getting more and more international, and Blonde was much better received internationally.
Yeah,
than
it
was
is.
here.
It will also be when that movie gets, if that movie gets the nominations, it will be once again another feather in the cap of like, we may think of something online, but they think differently. And also too, with why I think I also went with Davis over and Detweiler and De Armas. They love biopics, and they love people based on a true story. And yes, technically Michelle Williams is like that, but it's still an original character, And
So
it's
is
not one-
Davis.
No,
Yeah, Naniska's original, but it's
Yeah.
historical. I get that.
it's
but-
historical and everything.
But it's
more.
not a biopic.
Well, it's more of like a, it's like on the like gladiator sort of side of things. You know what I mean? Where it's like,
Yeah.
it's
Is
in the
To
it's
Leslie
a tween.
based on Julia starring Tilda Swinton?
Yes, exactly. But I think that, I agree with you, Eric. I think that movie, none of us could have ever predicted it. It's also weirdly just like she's not really that campaign that much, and it's really just been based off of the buzz for the performance. And that's the other thing too, is regardless of what you think of the film, and I can't stand that film and I don't like it at all, she is good for what, even though she's asked to do and done two terrible things, she is good in that film. She's the only thing that can keep me from not wanting to walk out of a theater. And she fills the young ingenue sort of spot too as well.
Yeah. I mean, I never want to hear her say daddy ever again, but
oh God, no.
That,
I mean,
the fact that
too, when she got in at SAG
is weird to me. Like, I would never have expected a populist group like that to go for
that kind of a movie.
NC-17 graphic movie of that nature. And the fact that she got in there, Colin Farrell called out how great her performance was at the top of his speech. Like, I feel like she is definitely in.
Yeah.
Well, none of us for Elizabeth Berkley and Showgirls.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, but also too, none of us matter.
Want to talk about bravery?
Listen, but none of us matter here because Josh, in his best actress, has to speak, and so we say the best for last year to speak. So, Josh, who do you think, or who do you know will be the 5 nominees? Josh.
Well, I
don't put that pressure on him. He doesn't.
I'm totally kidding. I know that everybody puts the pressure on you, Josh, for this.
And that pressure is saved more so for the win.
Yeah,
we'll get to that. But I mean, to be honest, I have a lot of the same names. I think those top 6 kind of feels right. I have Michelle Yeoh, Cate Blanchett, Ana de Armas. I have Viola Davis, and I am sticking with Michelle Williams at the moment, and having Danielle Deadwyler just out. She's done a lot better.
Got to make the change now.
She's done a lot better for sure, but I still feel like that movie is going to run into a problem of people just still needing to watch it. And yes, she made BAFTA, but remember, BAFTA still has the jury system.
Yeah.
So it's hard to know who exactly is benefiting from that. We don't know who is the top 3 that just got in and who's the 3 that were saved by a jury. So it's still hard to know that for sure for me. And yes, it's a great performance. She absolutely deserves it, but it's going to be the only nomination for Till. And you still got to get people to watch it. You got to convince people to watch that movie. And I'm just still doubtful on that. So I have her at number 6. She can get in, but I have her just missing.
Also, too, the thing about
I get that.
The thing too about it is, while I agree with you on the jury system there, and then yes, obviously Michelle Williams was now nominated at SAG, but she's part of one of the 5 SAG ensembles. So then that requirement but then they still have to see her film, or they saw her film and saw her performance. Now they didn't nominate her in the category, but she's still a nominee on the night. She'll still be in the room. She'll still be a part of that ceremony. She'll still be around, when it comes to voting and stuff, if she gets in. But I don't know. It also goes back to with internet stuff, and we're talking about with Blonde. Is this sort of stuff that some people have been talking about as like she's splitting categories with herself? Is that real? Or is it fictitious? Because if it's fictitious and it's not, it's just an internet thing, I'm more inclined to think that Michelle might jump over at the last second over somebody like Danielle Deadwyler, because people are seeing the Fabelmans more than something like Till. You know what I mean? And United Artists at the last second, they're going to be pushing, most likely, they were pushing Women Talking more and more, because that's their big horse in the race, even though that push may not work at all for it. But kind of just, it feels like they've abandoned ship at times with Till, but also it's the performance itself has carried itself over the top in these other places.
And she was at like every actress round table.
Yeah.
Doing her Gollum voice.
Doing
Icon.
her
Yes,
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
The Gotham winner.
The Gotham winner.
Yeah. The Gotham winner. That was a big thing too. Yeah.
That was actually really weirdly big.
Yeah. Well, let's get
No.
over to. Well,
Mm,
are you
no,
done?
nothing. I'm just like I'm
Oh, okay.
marinating
Oh, okay. Oh,
because
okay.
this is a category that has 6 contenders, and that's it.
Well, to Leslie.
That is an spirit
To
thing.
Leslie
and that
Manville.
What did I say? We
nothing
have
other
not
than
even
spirit.
talked about that yet. I wrote
It
a
is-
whole paragraph.
It's worth
Oh.
talking
On
about
my
for the
thing.
Spirit Awards, and that's
I
about
mean,
it.
it is one of the
She's
more
gonna win the
wild-
Spirit Award, 100%.
Oh, she's totally
She's
gonna
gonna win.
over Michelle.
Yep,
You
100%.
think?
Yes.
I
The
don't know.
only reason that all of this started
over Kate.
was because of the fucking screeners that came
Mhm.
through
Yeah.
for these film independent members,
Yep.
which is no shade, but like anyone like pays to be a member.
You got $100, you can be a member.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is the
It's
Film
pay to
Twitter
play.
Awards.
It's Twitter
Yeah.
blue.
That's why it's-
okay. That's fine.
Yeah,
She's
it's
gonna
the
win.
Twitter blue.
gonna win.
No, I
like
don't think
that,
so.
actually.
No, because it's still the Twitter awards, and I still think that they love Michelle Yeoh more than they love.
I
That
hope
movie.
so. I hope so.
No, I know so. I have put money on it that she's going to win.
Wait, who here has seen To Leslie? I have.
I have. Yeah,
Sophia,
No.
I
No,
saw it
I
at
have not.
I saw it at South
I
by
have not,
Southwest in a theater.
like
and it was
3
fun.
years ago.
No, in 2022.
Same thing.
Yeah, well, yeah,
That's like
yeah,
3
it
years.
feels, it feels
You know,
like
She's-
weirdly,
she's
I
good
do
in the
wanna see
movie,
it,
but
she's good,
and
but
I
it's
probably
nothing.
will.
He's good in the movie.
Yeah.
But
She's
probably will
always
see it.
good.
That's the thing, you know.
She's better in the other things that she is in this year than in this.
No, she's always good. Like it wasn't a shocking performance. Like I was like, oh, it's
She's-
like, you
No.
know.
Wait. She's better in the other things. So she was better in Amsterdam.
Yep.
Matilda the musical.
Yeah,
I mean,
she- oh yeah,
she's
yeah,
better
yeah.
in Matilda the
1000%.
musical. She's
Definitely
great in
there.
Matilda
She's
the
I'll give her
musical.
that.
amazing in Matilda.
I'll give
like-
her that.
Everybody is bad in Amsterdam.
Also, too, we can put to bed that Olivia Colman's going to happen. She couldn't get it on a BAFTA long list. She
No,
wasn't
that's-
gonna get-
No,
yeah.
she was
the
never gonna
BAFTAs
get
have
into
something
BAFTA.
against
BAFTA
her.
hates her.
Like, yeah, for some
Yeah.
strange reason.
Yeah.
No, they hate her.
But watch her
Yeah,
get
No.
in. Watch her get in.
They love her on TV.
What?
They hate
It
her. in
helped her win an
movies.
Oscar, which is weird to
Yeah.
hate her now.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
from then,
Really?
from that point on, that was it. They were
You're
like,
not. You're not our new Judi Dench. Get out of here.
we're cutting you
Mhm.
off.
But also, too,
No, I think it's insane to not talk about the rise of Andrew Riseborough and how that happened, why that happened. Because
it's insane.
there are people that are predicting, there are people that have her in their top 5.
Ridiculous.
Well, those people be called
Her in
dumb.
my top 10 only because the insanity of this.
Well, you have her at number 10, don't you?
Yeah, no, she's number 10.
Yeah. It's
if
like, it's not like-
anything was ever an internet thing,
yeah, it's that.
this.
Yeah.
No one in the Academy has seen that movie. No
it.
one.
Well, I mean, the people that moderate, maybe. I don't know.
When I
What
do
Academy
audit-
screening? What Academy
do-
screening for this movie happened?
No, but
Amy Adams,
Yeah, Amy Adams did a conversation. They did a Demi Moore one.
there's a lot.
Yeah, they did a
Okay.
lot of screening. Kate Winslet did one.
The Kate
Yeah.
Winslet, I cannot.
The Kate Winslet of it all.
But this
She
is
was
the
actually as a
performance I've
whale.
ever seen in my whole life. I'm like, girl,
She
I
was,
mean, I'm-
they did
I'll
it live
play-
in James Cameron's tank. It was great.
but still, oh my god.
Yeah, it was wild. But anyway, yeah.
No,
What you want to keep going on Andrew Riseborough and give him more thoughts than we need?
I do think we need to. Yeah, I do.
But what is there to talk about? It's not happening.
It's not happening, Eric. I'm not going to spend all night talking about
And
Andrew
you know
Riseborough.
it's not happening.
It is a great campaign that is not organic at all. And
Yes.
I want to make it very clear, I am not against this at all. Like
This would be
if
cool.
small movies can reach out
Yeah,
to
let it.
celebs
Yeah.
and push it, like that's great. I am not against that in the slightest. But to then say all of that means this is now a top tier Oscar contender, it's like, no, you're being ridiculous. This is not an organic thing from these people. They couldn't even vary up the copy from the Twitter posts that they were doing. Like, it's a very planned and coordinated thing, which no shade against, all for, great, do whatever you got to do.
It's giving Melissa Leo consider.
Well, but at least Melissa Leo.
But that was for The Fighter, which was a big freaking movie. Yeah.
No,
I mean,
this is just a very inorganic, carefully planned out campaign, which I don't blame them. They all do it, but let's be realistic about what is actually happening.
But see,
that's just beg everyone to Google what grassroots actually means.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia.
That's all I wanted. Yeah. Josh said everything I want to say. Is that this is not, it's not the thing that it looks like that it is. This isn't Diane Ladd, and it's not Melissa Leo.
No, it's Ann Dowd and
not even Jennifer Lawrence. No,
it's not even Ann Dowd. She paid for all of it.
Yes, she did.
Riseborough's not paying for any of this.
She's not.
None
well,
of it.
Yeah, I mean, what money does she have?
It started with Gwyneth Paltrow, and then Frances Fisher took the fucking reins, and she has like attacked people on Twitter for. Okay, this is the thing that's like amazing.
This is what Erik really wants to talk about.
It really is, because
I'll never end this show.
The thing that I think is like super funny and super amazing, because we talk about in the realm of what we do that nobody pays attention to, like voting and how everything works. Frances fucking Fisher knows exactly how many votes it takes to get a Best Actress nomination. She knows all of it. She's tracking all of it. So when we say things like nobody pays attention like we pay attention, girl, no. People pay attention. Frances Fisher pays attention. She knows that it's 218 votes to get Andrea Riseborough a Best Actress nomination. It drives me crazy, and it's the most amazing thing in the world at the same time.
No wonder you've only got 2 hours of sleep this week.
It's driving me crazy.
My favorite thing was when Frances Fisher said, "Time is of the essence." Like,
time is of the essence. No.
So why they couldn't change up the copy on a tweet.
Yeah, like
the best thing was her like, yeah, Kate and Danielle and the top 4 and Michelle they're all locked in. They're getting in. I was just like, are you using the 2012 playbook?
Yeah.
This is like Ben Affleck, Catherine Bigelow territory here.
Yeah. It's wild. I mean, it is super strategic from the standpoint of like, it all just kind of happened. The screeners came out right at the same time as the voting started. It's all just like, it was also
Don't
like,
pretend it's organic, because it's not.
No, it's not. It feels gross, really. And honestly, that's what it kind of felt like. I'm like, it all just kind of happened. And you're just like, for a movie that I forgot that I saw, like I didn't even know that got released. And I'm like, was delivered as a screener from IFC like 3 months ago on a digital.
Momentum Pictures.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the hell? Like, no.
Absolutely respect that, like, it's a nothing distributor with no money and love
for
a
them.
good quote unquote word of mouth campaign. But like, let's not pretend this is anything more than what it is.
Yeah, it's not good. Anyway,
it's not worth talking about other than the fun that it gives us.
I love it.
You're obsessed. All right, we're moving on. Talked way too much about Leslie tonight.
No, we did not.
Well, yes, we did. I'm going to edit it all out. Best director. All right. I haven't even done this yet. I have Steven Spielberg. I have Martin McDonagh. I have Todd Field. I have the Daniels. And as of right now, I have Edward Berger for All Quiet on the Western Front. That is what I have.
God damn it.
And I know I'm so brave.
So brave.
I think that it was interesting. Like BAFTA today, wasn't it interesting? That Park Chan-wook showed up finally.
Very interesting.
And I was like, yes, let's make it happen. But I'm not gonna. You know what? I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna hold back. I'm trying to go that far, because of what literally Sophia said when we talked about international features. Like, well, that movie could maybe miss, and and I pray to God it doesn't. But it's not as strong as something like Burger. I'm going with what has happened the last couple of years, and I will go with it until it breaks. I've even heard the case that like Erik has been saying all year for Ruben Östlund in this category as well. I doubt it. I think it's more that's more screenplay than it is director. Cameron and Baz, they haven't landed nearly as much as you think. I think Kaczynski is the vulnerable one from DGA. I mean, like, people aren't like eager to go and vote for Joseph Kaczynski, and just feel like, Polly and Gina Prince Bythewood unfortunately won't be a thing this year, and that's a damn shame. Charlotte Wells won't be a thing as well, and that's a damn shame. So I think I just ultimately I'm going to go with Edward Berger, which is crazy because I would have not thought at the beginning of the year that he would be the international pick. You know what I mean? Who is that? So yeah. Erik, what are your nominations?
Oh, it's me.
Yeah, you're the problem tonight.
I haven't even done my official picks yet.
Yeah.
All right. Let me look at the fucking draft that I have.
Well, while you're doing that, Dan.
No, I'm looking at it right
Sure,
now.
I can do it.
I have a top 5.
All right, then do it.
Mm.
You're not happy with
The Daniels, Spielberg, Todd Field, Martin McDonagh, and Edward Berger.
Mm-hmm.
And that's this is only because I had Östlund for since May. I was
you've been really weirdly on that train.
This is the guy.
Yeah.
He's got the Cannes win. He's got all the EFA wins, which is an absurd amount of wins. But All Quiet didn't even make a dent at EFAs, and why did it not? It doesn't make any sense. It should have.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason that it shouldn't have, other than Östlund dominance, but it still should have at least been there. But it wasn't at all. But again, everything is about timing. Everything is about timing. And the timing for Berger is way better than it is for Östlund. I cannot look at those 14 BAFTA nominations, the most since The King's Speech, with a blind eye. I can't.
Yeah.
That's telling me what I need to know. So Berger should be in.
Yeah, I think the others are pretty solidly in. I mean,
are they? Or is McDonagh a snub?
Maybe McDonagh's the snub, but again, but I definitely think that of the
I called that. That was actually one of my absolute favorite predictions.
I think though the way that, but I think the way that Banshees has performed so well this year,
it's different than Three Billboards.
It's very different.
Without having the Francis as the obvious front runner,
and Rockwell. Yeah.
It's weird, but it feels like a stronger film.
Yeah, it is. Dan?
So yeah, Spielberg, the Daniels, Field, McDonagh, and I don't really know that I have any logical explanation or backup for this, other than just the way the movie plays, and I'm allowing myself this one no guts, no glory here in picture. And I have
I forgot about this.
SS Rajamouli.
That's
for
not happening.
RRR.
I thought you were gonna say Aronofsky, and I was gonna leave the recording.
No, that's definitely not
that's not happening. That was dead. I thought maybe early on in the season, after Venice, that could have maybe happened, but the way the season has gone, no, that's not happening.
So wait, so your picks are the top four, and then instead
The
of
top
burger,
four
it's-
and Rajamouli. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And look, and it's mostly because it's kind of a clusterfuck for that last slot between a few people, and I'm just like, who's the most passionate? That's as much as a defense for this as I can muster. Other like, it's really just the no guts, no glory.
No, I agree. I mean, but I go back to the fact that it is not eligible for its country, and that is a nail. That to me was a nail in its coffin a long time ago.
But
and it's
that is
only really
something that
one that New York,
Yes.
and the Globes,
Agreed.
which you don't count. And it didn't even win
Yep.
Globe.
It didn't win the Globe.
1985
I
won
know.
that fucking thing.
that I still don't understand. That.
I don't
It's
get
the
that either.
Strangest thing that has
I
ever
don't get it.
happened
Doesn't make
at
any
the
sense.
Globes, but it is what it is. By rights, I probably should be saying Edward Berger because that movie is gonna do really well with the
Yeah.
text and has, and like Erik said, like the BAFTA is the response that movie got from BAFTA.
Wild.
BAFTA is completely insane,
Yeah.
and it's just so late breaking, whereas RR has had a year to build up ahead of steam, and it hasn't done as well as it probably should have for me to be like really strong in feeling about this. But right now it's my no guts, no glory, fully acknowledging that it's probably not going to happen.
That's fair. We all got one. Josh?
Well, I do have the same top four: Spielberg, the Daniels, Field, and
McDonough.
McDonough. Yeah, I still have those. I do get going with Berger, especially after the very, very good day that movie had at BAFTA. But as we had mentioned before, it's not going to get that many nominations at the Academy, at the Oscars. I think something will not translate. And the thing about like kind of going for that international spot in director, I find is that it's still somebody who is a little bit well known, that has a filmography that you look at and it's like, okay, you've been working for a while. We do really like you. Like you're finally breaking in. And even though, yes, All Quiet got all those nominations, Edward Berger still really isn't that well known as a name. And I think that for a very insular branch like the directors is, I think that will work against him. So that's what's keeping me away from going with him for right now. And Park Chan-wook, he does have that filmography, but the problem is that Decision to Leave is not a top tier Best Picture contender, or not even really a Best Picture player at all.
Yeah.
And I think, and
it's not even going to win its category.
Yeah, I can't predict a lone director in a 10 field. I can't do it. I think you could do it with a sliding scale, but in a solid 10, I just have a real big resistance. It's one of those things I'll believe it when I see it, but right now I can't do it.
I gotcha.
Which leads me to the person who I think has both the filmography to back up that is a little bit established and has a movie that could still break into Best Picture, and that is Ruben Östlund. So this is something that I have been on ever since I saw the movie. And again, not that I like the movie very much, but the minute it was over, I just felt like this is not only an Academy movie, but this is also totally something that the director's branch would go for. And I get that the buzz on it has been very quiet, but I still feel like there's a world where he could show up. And because I've been sticking with it for so long, I'm just going to ride it out until the very end. So my fifth spot is Ruben Östlund for Triangle of Sadness.
I will say this, Josh. The one pause that I agree with your argument about usually it's somebody that's known or whatnot. But that was kind of broken a little bit last year with Hamaguchi with Drive My Car. Now that movie though was more.
Still had a filmography though, not as well known as something like Winterberg or Bonky.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Like
the cinephiles knew him. Like he did.
I guess
he also
so.
had the trifecta. So
and that's what I was going to say.
Come on.
No, he had the. No, I agree. He had the trifecta and everything. And it was different. But also too, like, it just feels that All Quiet is the strongest international feature right now because but also
it's
too
the broadest play.
Yeah, but
We're not talking
also
about the whole Academy voting.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about the director's branch.
no, I agree. But also too, you're absolutely right from the standpoint of we saw these BAFTA nominations today, but how much of them factored into these nominations? Like, you know what I mean? Like how like it overperformed at BAFTA because it was on all these lists. Like how much of that was on the mind of when they had all these branch meetings and everything that was going on here?
Well, and
So-
how much of them, as Josh pointed out earlier, how many of those categories was it saved in?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so it is really interesting, and it will be very interesting to see how if that plays out. But I mean, I think it's the safe pick, and that's why I picked it. But anything else there it won't be a surprise if Oslin shows up there. But I mean, anybody kind of beyond that, I guess I mean it wouldn't anybody internationally beyond Oslin and Berger right now would kind of surprise me, given the fact that nobody else has really carried the torch. I mean, you know, Rajamouli had New York, but like he hasn't really had anything else there. Park Chan-wook has kind of been he was the pick we all thought it was going to be
it was
at
my
the end,
early
but
pick,
it's
Decision
not
League needed to bring in the best picture, and
exactly,
that's
and it's not
obviously
going to do that.
happening.
Yeah, for sure.
And Dragon
Sophia?
Sadness could.
Yeah, it could.
Spoiler alert
Sophia?
for later for me.
Yeah.
What do you have?
I have goodness.
There we go.
I have Spielberg, the Daniels, Todd Field, who I would personally vote for here. Martin
Fun, right?
McDonough, who I do still like have this weird thing in the back of my mind, like, is he a director to them? You know, but I think he is. I think he's safe because of the strength of that film.
Mm-hmm.
For all of the reasons that Josh just said, and for the feeling that I had about Triangle of Sadness, I have Ruben Östlund. Because
Wow.
to this day, I still watching All Quiet on the Western Front. I do think that's a strong film, and clearly BAFTA liked it. But I can't be tricked by BAFTA again after last year so much. And I feel like that is a movie that is very, very BAFTA friendly if you look at like their history and everything. So I understand the reasoning behind Berger and behind putting him in because of the strength of that film. But I still, watching that film, was like, who is this? But I still didn't visit his filmography further. Östlund has 2 Palme d'Or wins and has been nominated in international feature before.
Yeah.
So he
feels like the guy.
He just feels like the guy to me.
Yeah.
It's one of those things too where like buzz has been so dead on that movie, but like is Neon has pulled it out before, and like was Parasite a fluke, or are they now like just they're decided that they need to pull things, you know, sort of a little more behind closed doors than they did with that movie, you know?
So what if they both get it? Like
Then
2000
McDonough's out.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I think honestly
Is it McDonough?
it's not Todd Field
Some people are entertained.
Todd Field has shown up
everywhere.
where I thought that he wouldn't. Like
Todd
is-
Field is
That's
in,
not the one
yeah.
I'm adhering
The
to.
Daniels. The Daniels is probably then maybe too. I mean
No,
that
the Daniels they're number one.
What
they're
about
not number
Spielberg?
they're not number one.
They're number one.
They're not number one.
Really?
That's a critic thing. I
Yeah.
think we're all getting caught up with the critics' choice of it all. I think that we're all getting caught up with the fact that, you know, with
The critics' choice of it all, meaning the group that has hit everything. Come on.
the
No.
critics' choice of it, not necessarily just the CCA, but
No,
like
they've hit
literally the
everything.
critics' pick. Yeah,
I
exactly.
don't think that the director's branch also too. Like I still think that I think it was you, Erik, or maybe it was somebody else I was talking to. The fact that they would be the second duo ever in the history of the Academy to get in.
Yeah.
They would have to have so
It
much
would-
passion to get in. And there is a little bit of
Third, but
sometimes
yes.
resentment from this group or like pay your dues sort of shit that they
Mhm.
do. And yeah, I McDonough, they could be like, well, last time we didn't really like that film, but we really like this film. It's more of a directorial film than this
Yeah.
last one is. He paid his dues. We let him in. Todd Field's a guy that we like. And that movie is very much a director-friendly film. Spielberg is Spielberg. We thought last year, oh, he could miss for West Side Story, and then it wasn't. He was the one that was missing. It was Denis Villeneuve. Then there's the foreign language pit. The Daniels, weirdly enough, and I know people don't want to say it or think that that's, it's scary to say it or it's inappropriate to say. They are vulnerable here in this category. It's not as sewn up as they are a front runner here.
I disagree.
I agree with you, Ryan.
And actually could help him win picture and put him over the top. Yep.
I agree. The thing that I think does help them is that Everything Everywhere All at Once is so clearly that is the kind of movie that really earns the descriptor from the visionary mind of.
No, for sure.
And I think that helps them in this race. But yes, they have never awarded a directing duo other than the Coen brothers, even when you have something like Little Miss Sunshine that was an obvious passion pick and landed everywhere. And granted, this is a very different movie than Little Miss Sunshine, but just saying that there is precedent for directing duos missing here. I would not be surprised if Daniels did not get nominated, but I do think Everything Everywhere is absolutely top 2 for Best Picture, so I think they're in.
Yeah, even if they miss, I still think it's winning picture at this point. And actually, I think
I would not.
Oh, I think it would. I think it would. I think there would be passion, and people would be so pissed it would put it over the top. I think it would very much. I'm not saying it's like
what
Ben Affleck
snub has one Argo is the only precedent for that,
and we haven't really had something like that since. So history is doomed to repeat itself. In 10 years ago, but I think that they could be vulnerable. I don't think they're out. I have them in my 2 spot, but I don't think they're. I don't think they're
vulnerable for a second.
I think only Spielberg is locked.
I think Spielberg is the most vulnerable.
I think Field is. I don't want to call anything a lock, but I feel like Field is
pretty safe.
Exactly who this branch goes for. But with the Daniels, I understand everything with duos and feeling like they're maybe unsafe, but for me, this is just not only are they a top 2 contender right now for picture, this nomination is also when Jordan Peele was nominated for Get Out.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes they will do that for the cool movie that is also going to pick up wins somewhere else. And that did
nominated
shockingly well at the box office and defied all of the odds every step of the way. That's what this feels like to me. And I think the style is flashy enough where they can overcome the other barriers that might be in their way for this category.
That being
right.
Yeah. That being said, I have them in. I don't think they're going out. And I don't have them winning at this moment yet, but we'll see. There's still plenty of time, Erik. We're doing nominations.
All right. Good luck with that.
Oh, don't act like you've had them winning this whole time either. So cut it out, ma'am. But
they're my number 1.
But yeah, I mean, if it's not Berger, if it's not awesome, if this year is a year that does break though, the whole foreign director nominee slot, it could very well be this year though too. I mean, one of those other candidates. I mean, it could be Baz Luhrmann. Elvis has played well with Academy screenings and stuff. It could just be the DJ
7.
Yeah, it could be the DGA 5. It could be Cameron. Could be Chazelle.
It won't be the DGA 5.
Yeah. It won't be the DGA.
Kaczynski is not getting in.
Yeah, I don't think.
That's one of those things where
it's not happening.
It's one of those things where if it does, then Top Gun is winning or a top 2 for Best Picture. Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen, but that would be a real show of strength for that movie if it did.
Yeah,
I would rather die than that happen.
This has been a lot of death from your side of the
Would you rather that happen or watch The Sun?
I already watched The Sun.
No, you watch it again.
What happens after that?
Put it on a loop for him.
And it was horrifying.
All right. We're in the last category. This is it. Best Picture. It's the last one. And yeah, Erik, it's you. You're first up. Yeah. Quit chewing on your food. It's you, unless you want me to go first. You want me to go first?
Go ahead and go first.
All right. I have Everything Everywhere All at Once, The Banshees of Inisherin, Tar, The Fabelmans, Elvis, Top Gun Maverick, Avatar: The Way of Water, All Quiet on the Western Front, The Whale, and Women Talking. That's what I have right now. And I am not confident on those last two spots at all. Erik.
I got no damn. Well,
No. Josh, you want to go? Go ahead.
I guess I figured at the end here we just do a little bit more free form.
Yeah.
I have 9 of those 10. Much of it pained me. I did drop Women Talking. I just feel like completely blanking at the BAFTAs was just something I could not ignore, and it pains me because it's my favorite movie of the year, but I have to be realistic, and I feel like that one is out. So I have instead Triangle of Sadness.
Okay. Sophia?
Josh and I have the exact same 10.
Okay.
I had Women Talking instead of All Quiet on the Western Front actually this morning, because in my mind I wanted to justify why Women Talking was winning adapted screenplay still.
Same.
But after the BAFTAs, I had to make that change. So there are still other options I could see happening. Like, I understand the Babylon thing. I understand Women Talking being a possibility still, but these are the 10 I'm going with now.
Yeah.
Sophia, I feel like you and I are both grieving together.
We are.
I mean, I am too. I mean,
it really is. It's collective.
I'm sorry. It's bullshit that this movie has been treated this way this year. I'm going to just say it flat out. I mean, I don't understand it. I don't get it. Got to have an autopsy about this with United Artists maybe one day and talk it over, because I think that the strategy behind it. I saw this thing. I sent it to Sophia and I sent it to Erik this week, of this like TikTok thing of like, it was like the song from like, it was like one of the songs from like Bodies, Bodies, Bodies or something like that. Done
That
to
TikTok
the
is horrible.
to
it
the
was so crazy.
done as a promo for Women Talking, where it was like the live fast die, yeah, and
What?
yes,
Yes,
I'll
they
say-
were doing the like
It was
the
MIA.
Bad Girls Do It Well.
Yeah,
while
Bad
they were
Girls
Bad
Do It
Girls
Well,
Do It
yeah.
Well with Women Talk. Yes, Dan, I'll send it to you. It's horrendous.
I don't want to see it.
I'm gonna send
It's
it to
not
you.
a good idea.
I don't want to see it.
Too bad.
Oh.
And it is indicative of the kind of campaign that this movie has had all year. This movie was supposed to, this has turned into.
That'd be like having WAP for like a blonde promo.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
No, it's not right.
We've hit that portion of the show. No, I think that, I think that, I don't know how we recover this show from that. Erik, I think that movie had all the potential. It had the medallion winner at Telluride. It was the same, sort of track as Chloe Zhao and Jane Campion and everything. It was riding that wave. And then it just got, for lack of a better word, it felt like Cyrano, where the movie kept getting delayed and delayed and delayed. And some studios like Sony Pictures Classic know how to do that well, and others don't. And it's just proving that United Artists last year, the reason why they got Licorice Pizza over the top is because the Academy loves Paul Thomas Anderson. It's not because of anything they did. And they have butchered the campaigns of Women Talking and For Till and Bones and All. And it is like an F on the report card for them this year. And I have it in, but I'm very much like, tomorrow I could easily put Babylon in there. I could easily put Triangle of Sadness in there, because I have no hope for that. I mean, shoot, I don't even think you could probably switch it out in adapted screenplay and it could blank and it wouldn't be a surprise at all. So it's devastating, because that movie is so good, and yet maybe it's the spectacles of it all. Maybe it's just other people not connecting. Maybe they haven't seen it. I don't know, but it's ridiculous. Anyway, Erik, what's your 10?
I think there's a weird thing that happens with the expectation of
Yeah.
a nomination that usually comes with like a Netflix film. And it happened with Women Talking and UAR with with that medallion thing at
Telluride.
Telluride where it was a coronation on something that was so far away from happening.
Yeah.
And I think that was part of that's always part of the issue with any like awards or weird things that happen at festivals, which they're juried or they're chosen by literally like one person. So you are told the thing that's going to happen because here's the thing that's happening now. And I think that's where you kind of like, as a campaign, you fuck yourself up a little bit. And I think that happened with Women Talking. And it shouldn't have, but it did. I don't think that Telluride was the wrong place to kick it off. I think it was the right place to kick it off. It was like the right place. And honestly, everything they've done has been kind of like the right thing. They've showed it at the right. I don't know. I can't fault anything they've done with how they have showed the film.
The release?
Other than the release.
Yeah, the release.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other than the release, which works for some films and not for others.
I mean, honestly,
Not
Sophia,
everything can come out in November and have like a longer release in December. It just can't.
no.
This is the type of movie that
Sure.
needed the critics to fall in line and say, this is the best film of the year. And
October would have been great.
October would have been great. And instead, the movie that the big critics groups said the movie of the year is Tar. And then the regional critics groups all said the movie of the year is Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Yeah. Yeah.
Left Women Talking in the dust. It was not the critical anointed pick this year. And that kind of fucked it because it is that kind of slow, respected, but not exactly starry cast, very cerebral, very writerly, very contained, very issue-based drama that does not bring people in. And I get it, but like that is a terrible title for a film when you have to try to sell it to people to go see. And it lends itself to a lot of like stupid joke takes about the title. Normal people, like people that I know who aren't into movies, are like, what is that movie? I haven't even heard about it.
Yeah.
I get that more like with like 9 out of like my top 10.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Sophia and I have been saying all year that if this was like Netflix and they had Women Talking, or Searchlight and they had Women Talking,
Yeah.
or Focus,
Mm.
I think that this movie would be doing a hell of a lot better than it is doing. I think it's
also-
because it would have already been out. The fact that
Yeah.
like I'm in a decent market in the San Antonio, Austin area, and the movie is just coming out this weekend.
Barely playing.
It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. It's almost the Call Me by Your Name of this year too, when you kind of think about it like that.
I also sometimes think though that like issues films can play well to general audiences and they can and to the industry.
Mhm.
And like even though Women Talking was a movie that I think was somewhat mixed with critics in New York and LA specifically compared to things like Tar and even Decision to Leave and Everything Everywhere All at Once and Banshees, it was just a very crowded, like, good year for movies. I still expected it to pick up with the industry because the type of movie that this is, to me,
Perfect
isn't
for
a
'em.
critics movie, it's an industry movie. And that to me is a campaign issue more than anything else, more than the critics saying we like Tar more than this movie. It's the whole entire campaign just getting lost in the sauce, basically.
Yeah. It's why this movie from the same people that couldn't pull it off to have a similar run like Moonlight or have a similar run like Nomadland with not even with critics, but just have it show up at places, have conversations, have it be at round tables, have it showing and saying how impactful it is. You got to do that. And you've got to screen the fucking thing left and right. And when it was screening at festivals, it wasn't centerpiece screenings. It was guest screenings like at Middleburg or at like, I remember it was at AFI and it was like in the afternoon rather than like a night screening and having a party and getting the cast there and all that stuff. Like Telluride was its moment because I should have next time when I hear something like this, I'm going to take it
too.
Yeah. I mean, like they had everyone there for Telluride. And that was like the last time, even like all of them with Francis and everybody were in the room and they owned Telluride. And ever since then, they haven't. And it's felt because whether it's shooting schedules or whether it's the delay in the film or whatnot, like Sarah Polley was on Colbert and she was talking about a book that she had written rather than talking about the film. Like that's a problem.
Well, because it's a great book that everybody loves.
No, the book's really good. But what I'm saying is you're in the middle of awards campaign. I'm not going to focus on something else. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
not everything. I think United Artists has for the last couple of years a really interesting and diverse slate because they have this and Till, and last year they had Licorice Pizza and House of Gucci. That was their slate, which is like super cool and super exciting, but it was generally a disaster, like Oscar wise.
Yeah.
So I think they need to. It's not that they have to figure out what their campaign is, but maybe that not having 5 things every year is the right thing to do.
Yeah. Maybe they just don't have enough to carry 5 things is what you're kind of saying, right?
It's a little bit of
the Netflix problem.
24 behavior. No, I mean Netflix, yeah. But Netflix is the kind of thing where, I mean, look at them this year.
Yeah.
Their big things were obviously Bardo and Glass Onion. And even though they knew what they had with All Quiet at Toronto, they didn't know it before that.
Yeah.
And now here we are, where All Quiet is their number 1, clearly.
Yeah. And honestly, their number 2 is probably like Pinocchio.
Blonde.
Yeah. Their number 2 is Pinocchio.
Well, yeah, for Best Picture and stuff.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for like number of nominations. Yeah.
Yeah. Total noms. But they there's no way they would have thought about that in September.
Yeah,
but it was Bardo and White Noise, and I was like, I was there.
Yeah.
To
your point,
White Noise just died, didn't it? Ugh.
Which is too bad because it's great.
Yeah.
It's good. It's fine.
It makes me think though of every year. I mean, the past 2 years in particular, you know, when Chloe Zhao was winning everything, I was getting really frustrated by people who are like, well, what if Sorkin wins? What if Fincher wins? And, you know, trying to like put that out there. And then last year with Campion, it was the same thing where people are like, well, you know, what about Branagh? Like Belfast, his movie. And I was always pushing like Chloe and Jane Campion so hard because it is something that is just not a given. They have so much like stacked up against them, and basically they have to put forth a product that is unimpeachable and that you have to push the entire time. And we see now what happens when you have a film like Women Talking and a person like Sarah Polley, who is gracious and wonderful and a brilliant writer, and what she was able to do with that movie is something that I wish the director's branch could appreciate. But when someone like that is in a situation like that in the early season, it's not a given. And I think we sort of thought it could be again. And I don't know. It's just frustrating and sad.
Anyway,
it did kind of feel like they thought that it was in the bag and they didn't really have to do much. And that was not the case.
Yeah. So Erik, what is your 10 now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we have to do that.
Do that, huh?
Have to do that and dance, and then we can
rant over.
Just a eulogy for Women Talking. So,
yeah. We paid our respects.
I guess you know, by the time this like comes out, all right.
It'll be tomorrow.
All right, this is not the order, but I'm going off of December and then oh fuck. Okay. Everything Everywhere, Banshees, Fabelmans, Top Gun, Avatar, Tar, Elvis, All Quiet. That's like 8.
That's 8. Well, I know what your 9 is. It's
Erik.
The Whale.
Oh, The Whale.
Yeah,
that's
Whale.
9. I know. Yeah, you're pushing that one.
All right.
Melville's rolling over in his grave while you're thinking of 10.
I know. It's like 5 movies.
If you only had one nomination,
Go for the chaos pick, Erik.
Not Babylon, not RRR, not After Sun, not The Woman King.
Not women talking.
I'm actually gonna. Oh fuck. Yeah,
Women
Women Talking,
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
which puts me at like 9 of 10 of PGA.
Yeah.
Feel good about that.
That's pretty good.
It just means Glass Onion is the only one that's out, which I feel very good about because it's playing
It's
out
gonna be the one-
exactly like Knives Out.
Exactly.
And you don't have, you didn't have Black Panther, right?
No.
Yeah, so
that's
Black
not-
Panther too.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Although I
Yeah.
feel like maybe we're like totally sleeping on it, but no, I don't.
No, I think it's.
I think it's
I
showing
know.
up at PGA just kind of solidified
It's-
a Bassett win.
Yeah.
It's such a PGA like
Yeah.
pick.
Yeah.
That's.
Although
that's
where
a-
was all this sequel mindedness last year for No Time to Die is what I want to know.
There you go, Josh.
Or Spider-Man, which made like $1.5 billion.
Fuck
Oh,
Spider-Man. But
yeah.
no.
Let's
Yeah.
not talk about that.
I'm just saying
please.
that's like the point
No.
of PGA, and they
Yeah,
picked 4 sequels this year.
it's
Eat my
ridiculous.
ass. That's stupid.
All right, Dan, your vinyl, or is it
Okay.
the same as Eric's, or
No,
you got something different?
No. So my top 8. The Fabelmans, Everything Everywhere All at Once, Banshees of Inisherin, Top Gun Maverick, Avatar The Way of Water, Tar, Elvis, The Whale. My last 2 spots, it feels like there are a few movies that could do it. But when I'm thinking about getting into Best Picture, you need passion. You need number 1 votes. And so because of that, and knowing that the people who love this movie really, really love this movie, my number 9 is Babylon. And my number 10, my No Guts, No Glory, because I know the screenings they've been having for this movie, RRR.
Can I just say this? When I saw that screening in Los Angeles where everyone started dancing, I sat there to myself and I said, what are y'all doing? Why don't we have ushers, right? Like, sit them down. Like, what is going on? Like, if I was seeing that for the first time, I get so angry. Like, it was too much.
Calm down, Karen.
We're in a pandemic, for Christ's sake.
Well, no, and that is my
Oh.
one thing with those screenings is like I know that they were Academy members at these screenings, but the thought in the back of my mind was always, but which Academy members? Like, are they the ones that will
Like the cool ones?
totally be like, shut up so that I can watch the movie?
Right.
Or are they going to be ones
Sit down,
that will get swept up in everything and feel like realize that is part of the experience of this like maximalist movie experience.
Yeah, I just think that.
So, and I think, and I get all the arguments against it, and it has not shown up where it probably should have in order to solidify the spot. But again, I keep thinking to myself, you need number 1 votes.
Yeah,
If you got
Best
Roger
Picture.
Moody in your director lineup, then yeah, it makes
yeah,
sense.
it makes sense.
Yeah,
But
and they're sort of like paired for me as like my No Guts, No Glory in the absence of in the case of a clusterfuck. go with a No Guts.
Hey, I
No
get
Glory
it.
pick.
It's
and
sort of
that's
like
where I
with
am.
me with Ruben Ostlund and
Yeah,
Triangle
in
and
director.
Picture. It's
Yeah.
like if you've got it in director, you got to have it in
Yep.
picture.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
I
And
agree.
that's where I'm going for
Yeah,
it.
I mean, like, I think the thing about that is that ship for me sailed a long time ago. I respect it, Dan, that you're doing it, but when that movie couldn't even get like stunt ensemble at SAG, And I thought that
it was not gonna. That
no,
was
but
not
I
gonna
thought
happen.
like if
No,
anyone's going to
that's
be
not-
passionate for that movie, it would kind of be actors more than just tech people because
Then
they love spectacle like that. And so yeah, I think that this
no,
movie also
not
too
really.
I mean, it has not done a damn thing.
It
And
has not done, and I fully
Yeah.
acknowledge that. Fully acknowledge that. Fully acknowledge that. It's no guts, no glory.
I get you. And I agree with you. It does have passion, but sometimes movies that have passion.
Well,
I
and
don't
that's
get
the thing. Like, I look at these other movies and like, yeah, where has the passion for All Quiet on the Western Front been before
yeah.
BAFTA?
Well,
And
it's late
those
breaking. Yeah.
and the BAFTA voters who are also Academy voters, is that going to be their number one, or is it going to be Banshees? Or is it going to be
Tar,
something else, or Tar,
or
and
Everything
something
Everywhere.
one or the
Yeah.
other? Exactly. So like, I don't know. Like, it's probably like my number 11. My backup is probably actually Triangle of Sadness, and then Women Talking, and then
Woman King.
All Quiet.
Oh, okay. Oh, you got All
But-
Quiet below. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like I could see. I mean,
Because
It
again, you need number one votes to get into Best Picture.
yeah, you got to have the passion.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where it does bother me a little bit with Women Talking because it's like, where the hell is that's number one?
It's the
votes
same thing.
for
Like,
it?
where has that been all season?
Yeah,
Like,
where have you been in
it
my life?
Hasn't.
You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
hasn't shown
So-
up where it should have. Yeah.
I think that whatever comes out, I don't think it'll match PGA nearly as close. I think that we're gonna have some surprises. I think that there will be some. There might be a movie or two where we're sitting there going like it had like two, maybe three, Eric, or something, because here's the thing. No, I know that everyone's very high on the whale, but like besides, a couple of places here and there, it's not a total like consistency for the film. That's all I'm saying. And so it's not as strong as like other films that have it's not like it's the difference between like The Whale and Tar. Like Tar is consistently shown up in its places. It's nominated for fucking picture at BAFTA, which is something that like at the beginning of the season I would have never thought that movie was going to do that.
That's
You know
why
what I mean?
things are not all equal.
Yeah,
The whale is not the same as Tar.
It
The
sure
whale
isn't.
making it into PGA,
Absolutely not.
it's
Mm.
crazy. It was
Okay.
my number 11, but it's crazy.
Yeah.
That's the kind of movie that doesn't make it to PGA, but makes it into Best Picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fact that it made it to PGA is bananas.
Yeah. Anyway, that's our nominations. This has been the longest episode that we've done so far. There were a lot of weird rants. Yeah, I know it was. Yeah,
Hey,
because you wanted to talk about To Leslie.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. So anyway, Erik Anderson, where can we find you and all your work on the internet, my friend?
Hopefully, like while I'm soft and asleep and waiting for the next day, but that's not going to happen. So go to awardswatch.com and on Twitter at awards_watch, please.
Sophia.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at Sophia_Sim. And you can find my letterbox link there too. And my podcast, Oscar Wilde, we release episodes every Friday. And you can find us at Oscar Wilde Pod. And we have our contender series coming up where we will go through all of these lovely, crazy nominees category by category.
Yeah. I can't wait to hear those episodes. They're always great. Also, Sophia and Nick have done their Oscar draft, and Erik and I are terrible at it this year. But
Yeah, it's so cool
okay.
to be last place on the
Yeah.
draft this year. It's weird. It's almost like I wasn't last place last year, but now I am.
yeah, because I had total autonomy of all
Weird.
those
It's
picks.
weird how that
Yeah.
happened.
Because I'm totally like in charge of everything around here.
We're not
Yeah.
even triple digits. We are in such bad shape.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, women talking.
Oh my God. No, thank you, Florian Zeller.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, Dan Bayer, where can we find you on the internet?
Embrace the chaos with me on Twitter at Dance and Dan, on Film, on Letterboxd, and post at Dance and Dan.
Josh Parham.
You can find me on Twitter and Letterboxd at JR Parham, and you can also find a lot of my work over at Next Best Picture.
And you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, Letterboxd at McQuade77. You can find my work here at AwardsWatch, playlists, In Session Film, a bunch of other places. Next week's show, I don't know when we're going to do next week's show because there's Sundance going on and everything. We've got a bunch of other stuff. It'll probably be a reaction to the nominations, one form or another. It's going to be definitely way shorter than this. So then that'll be the only thing that we do next week. But until then, we will see you all next time.